Chapter 5490. Unfortunately, Lin Yi obviously didn't like Yi Qingqing unless he was really a beautiful woman. Moreover, he was clearly too old to be his little brother. He even regretted not using the everlasting face technique to stop his appearance at the moment he broke through to the heaven stage in order to become the head of the sect. Now, if he followed behind Lin Yi and went out saying that he was Lin Yi's little brother, wouldn't it scare people to death? It wouldn't be harmonious either. On the other side, Lin Yi's instructions to Chu Tianlu were more or less complete. Lin Yi didn't take back the crab's inner core, but still gave it to Chu Tianlu, asking him to settle the Chu clan's affairs first. Chu Tianlu couldn't refuse, and could only accept the crab's inner core. He promised to deliver the Chu clan's pill recipe to Lin Yi as soon as possible. Whether it was to complete the transaction of the inner core or as a little brother's filial piety to the boss, these were all necessary. Lin Yi didn't act pretentious. After nodding in agreement, he turned around and walked towards Duanmuyu. Although Yi Qingqing and Duanmuyu spoke softly, with the characteristics of Lin Yi's primordial spirit, as long as he was willing, the entire Chu clan was under the surveillance of his divine sense. Therefore, even if Lin Yi didn't deliberately listen to their conversation, he could still clearly understand every word they said. Duanmuyu, let them handle the matters here. I have something to talk to you about. Lin Yi looked at Duanmuyu with a slightly awkward expression. After all, their relationship hadn't been so obvious before. Duanmuyu didn't expect that Lin Yi would suddenly look for him. He immediately blushed and his heart raced. He lowered his head slightly, thinking of what to do, at a loss. Yi Qingqing was overjoyed. This was a good opportunity. Seeing that Duanmuyu was still a little hesitant, he hurriedly pushed Duanmuyu's arm and said, "Since Senior Lin is looking for you, you should go with him. This place is too messy, and it's not a good place to talk. Young Master Chu, do you think we should arrange a quiet room for Senior Lin and the others to talk?" Yi Qingqing's last sentence was completely directed at Chu Tianlu. He was afraid that this rash young Master Chu wouldn't understand, so he didn't even try to be subtle. He was just short of directly saying that he wanted to send Lin Yi and Duanmuyu to the bridal room. Duanmuyu's face turned redder. She was originally a straightforward woman. Just as she said, she and Lin Yi were like brothers at first, but she didn't know when she didn't want to continue being Lin Yi's brother. Lin Yi was also a little embarrassed, but he didn't show it on his face. He still said calmly, "Thank you for your concern, sect leader Yi. There's no need to trouble Heaven's road. He needs to deal with the things here. Duanmuyu and I will leave first." "Not at all, not at all. Senior Lin, please go ahead. You guys take your time to chat." Seeing that Lin Yi was so polite, Yi Qingqing was extremely happy. He thought that his decision was very wise. It seemed that there was hope for the revival of the Yiling sect. Lin Yi didn't say anything more. He called Duanmuyu out of the hall. Not far from the hall, there was a study used for receiving guests. Although Lin Yi had never been there, he had already identified this place with his divine sense. The two entered the study. They were very satisfied with the elegant and quiet layout. Duanmuyu didn't speak to Lin Yi. She sat down gracefully by the tea table and began to boil water in a familiar manner. She prepared to make tea for Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down quietly opposite Duanmuyu and admired her smooth and elegant movements. After a while, the water boiled. Duanmuyu washed the tea and poured a cup of water for Lin Yi. She placed it in front of Lin Yi. The faint fragrance of the tea spread out slowly, making Lin Yi feel refreshed. In terms of the tea ceremony, Lin Yi believed that he couldn't compare to Duanmuyu. When Lin Yi picked up the tea and smelled the fragrance, Duanmuyu gathered her long dress, got up, and walked to the side. She sat down in front of the zither table. She raised her arm gently and her fingers danced. The tinkling sound of the zither was like pearls falling on a jade plate, or like a clear spring in a valley, quietly flowing in the study. Although she didn't say a word, Lin Yi naturally knew that this was Duanmuyu's way of expressing her feelings to him again. Unfortunately, Lin Yi really didn't have much research in this area. Such an elegant thing was used on Lin Yi. It was really not wrong to say that she was playing the lute to a cow. Listening to the clear and melodious sound of the zither, Lin Yi was thinking about how to improve Duanmuyu's strength. Now Duanmuyu was only at the peak of the early Jidan stage. If she wanted to reach the Yuanying stage, she needed at least 5 to 6 golden elixirs and 1 Yuanying golden elixirs. Yuanying golden elixirs were not a problem. Lin Yi still had a lot of them, but the golden elixirs were almost used up. Before, Lin Yi also had a lot of golden elixirs in his hands, but the strength level of the ancient small Jianghu was too low, and the consumption of golden elixirs was relatively fast. Lin Yi didn't care about this kind of elixir, so now, it was a little difficult to improve Duan Muyu's strength all at once. On the Heaven Stage Island, the golden elixirs were no longer of much use to Lin. At most, he could refine some for sale, so he already had all the stock with him. If he wanted to refine more, there were auxiliary elixirs, but the main materials might not be found in a short time. With Duan Muyu's strength, if he directly took the Yuanying golden elixirs, he would definitely explode and die, so this matter, Lin Yi still had to think about it carefully. Duan Muyu's zither sound was soothing and melodious, which made people feel relaxed. However, Lin Yi was thinking about improving Duan Muyu's level and could not appreciate the essence of it at all. Without enough golden elixirs, Lin Yi couldn't quickly improve Duan Muyu's level, and not only Duan Muyu, Lin Yi was also extremely worried after seeing the strength of Xue Jianfeng and Yu Taizong. In a short period of time, the center was already able to produce masters of the Yuanying Great Perfection in batches. Even if Xue Jianfeng, who was forcibly promoted to the Yuanying Great Perfection, was weaker than the ordinary Yuanying Great Perfection, but they had many people. In the face of the aggressive development speed of the center, Lin Yi clearly felt the pressure on him, so improving Duan Muyu's strength was only the first step. In the future, he must cultivate enough masters to fight against the increasingly powerful center. If he could go back to the Heaven Stage Island, refining the golden elixirs would not be a problem at all, but it would be meaningless to refine them after going back. What's more, it was uncertain whether he could carry out the second primordial spirit projection in a short time, so he naturally couldn't go back. The only way was to find a way to refine the golden elixirs here. Chapter 5491. Lin, what's wrong with you? Do you think my zither playing is too clumsy? Duan Muyu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She wanted to show off in front of Lin Yi. It would be bad if she made a fool of herself. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. How is that possible? Your level of zither playing is quite high. I'm just thinking about something. Duan Muyu's heart moved, and she thought to herself, is he thinking about the matter between us? If this is the case, what does Lin Yi mean by frowning? For a moment, Duan Muyu suddenly became a little worried. She guessed that Lin Yi didn't have any feelings for her. Lin Yi didn't know that Duan Muyu's heart was full of knots at this moment. After thinking for a while, he took out the last 2 golden cores and handed them to Duan Muyu. I only have these 2 golden cores here. If you want to promote to the nascent soul stage, you still need a few more. But it doesn't matter. You can use these 2 to improve your strength first. I will think of a way in the future. It turns out that you are thinking about helping me improve my strength. Duan Muyu felt a little sweet in her heart. She immediately took the 2 golden cores, and she didn't mean to be polite to Lin Yi at all. It was not the first time that Lin Yi helped Duan Muyu improve her strength, and Duan Muyu felt that if she was polite to Lin Yi, it would make the 2 of them estranged. It was good now. You can start now, I will guard you. Before Lin Yi finished speaking, he found that Duan Muyu had already taken a golden core, sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Lin Yi shook his head with a smile and said nothing more. He also sat down at the tea table, guarding Duan Muyu while refining the spiritual knowledge fruit that he had swallowed before. In the past few days, Lin Yi had eaten 2 spiritual knowledge fruits, so he had a great understanding of the medicinal properties of the spiritual knowledge fruit. Generally speaking, it doesn't matter if you don't deliberately refine the spiritual knowledge fruit, because its gentle medicinal properties could slowly nourish the spirit for a long time, allowing the spirit to gradually improve. Of course, after taking the spiritual knowledge fruit, if you actively refine it, the medicinal effect would take effect faster. Because of this, Lin ate a spiritual knowledge fruit in public without any scruples. The tumor of the spiritual knowledge fruit was also a time bomb for Lin Yi, but after taking the spiritual knowledge fruit, the tumor of the spiritual knowledge fruit could not be removed immediately. Only by completely refining a spiritual knowledge fruit could one completely remove the tumor of the spiritual knowledge fruit. The two were not far from each other, and they both entered a state of cultivation. However, while Lin Yi was refining the spiritual knowledge fruit, he still paid close attention to Duan Muyu's situation. Fortunately, Duan Muyu's promotion was quite smooth. After all, Lin Yi's golden core was of the best quality. Not to mention a genius like Duan Muyu, as long as it was someone with a decent aptitude, it would be a matter of course for them to improve their cultivation. After breaking through to the middle stage of the Jedan stage, Duan Muyu did not stop cultivating. He did not even stabilize his strength. He directly took the second golden core and rushed to the peak of the middle stage of the Jedan stage in one go. Lin Yi refined the spiritual knowledge fruit step by step to remove the tumor of the spiritual knowledge fruit. This process was much slower than Duan Muyu's promotion, so Lin Yi was not in a hurry. Anyway, even if the medicinal properties of the spiritual knowledge fruit were not refined in one go, it did not matter much. It was just a matter of time. After dawn the next day, Duan Muyu finally completed his cultivation and stabilized his strength at the peak of the middle stage of the Jedan stage. Lin Yi also suspended the progress of removing the tumor of the spiritual knowledge fruit. Lin Yi, thank you. Duan Muyu got up excitedly. Although he felt that saying thank you would seem a little distant, he still thanked Lin Yi sincerely. Lin Yi waved his hand and said with a smile, "What are you thanking me for? It's just 2 medicinal pills. You were able to break through so smoothly, mostly because of your superior talent. If it were an ordinary person, even with medicinal pills, they may not be able to break through one level without spending 10 days. No way. Duan Muyu whispered with a blush on her pretty face. Being able to get Lin Yi's praise seemed to make her happier than advancing 2 levels in a row. Lin Yi was not interested in talking about this topic. Chu Tianlu had arrived outside the study early in the morning, but he did not disturb Lin. Instead, he waited quietly at the door. Obviously, he knew that Lin Yi would know that he appeared at the door. If it was convenient, Lin Yi would let him in. Previously, Duan Muyu had not finished cultivating, so Lin Yi asked him to wait outside. Now that everything was fine, he naturally let Chu Tianlu in to talk. "Tianlu, come in." Lin Yi greeted him and casually sat on the chair beside the desk. Hearing Lin Yi's call, Chu Tianlu immediately pushed the door open and came in. He first bowed respectfully and said, "Boss Lin Yi, sister-in-law Duan Muyu, breakfast is ready. May I know if you want to send it here or go to the dining hall to eat?" Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Let's go to the dining hall to eat later. There's no need to trouble yourself. You came to deliver the medicinal pills, right?" "Yes, Boss Lin. Here are some medicinal pills collected by our Chu family, as well as Chu Tianliang's alchemy manual. I thought that maybe Boss Lin Yi would be a little interested, so I brought them together." Chu Tianlu took out a stack of parchment paper from his arms and handed it to Lin. There was also a small book on it. It should be Chu Tianliang's alchemy manual. Lin Yi first looked at the medicinal pills. In addition to those medicinal pills such as Recover Pill, there were medicinal pills for Foundation Establishment Pill, Golden Core Pill, and Yuanying Pill, but that was all. There were no medicinal pills such as the Thunder Xian Pill. It was estimated that there might not be a medicinal pill of the Thunder Xian Pill in the entire ancient Jianghu. Otherwise, there would be cultivators of the mysterious ascension stage. As for the Foundation Establishment Pill, Golden Core Pill, and Yuanying Pill, in addition to the main material of the Sea Beast Sniden, the other auxiliary materials were also very different from the medicinal pills of the Heaven Step Island. Under Lin Yi's research, he suddenly felt his eyes lit up. The combination of this medicinal pill was completely a new idea. Lin Yi had never thought of it before. Of course, because Lin Yi had never thought that the Sea Beast Sniden could be used to refine a golden pill, he naturally would not have the idea of matching medicinal materials according to the Sea Beast Sniden. Although the medicinal materials of the medicinal pill were different, Lin Yi's current medicinal materials reserve was already quite rich, so he did not need to worry about the problem of these auxiliary materials. The only thing he needed to do was to capture the Sea Beast of the Gold Core stage. Chapter 5492. Lin Yi put away the pill recipe and opened Chu Tianliang's alchemy manual. However, as soon as he saw it, he immediately frowned. Divine sense condensing pill fire? How could it be like this? Whether it was the common world or the sky-class island, Lin Yi had never heard of a spirit that could condense a refinement fire. He had always used pure qi to condense the refinement fire, but now, all of his knowledge was completely overturned. Boss, is there a problem? Chu Tianlu had been paying attention to Lin. Seeing Lin Yi frown, he thought that there was a problem with Chu Tianluyang's alchemy manual, so he immediately asked. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. It's just that the things mentioned in this alchemy manual are a little different from what I've seen before, so I have some doubts." Chu Tianlu scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "If that's the case, I really can't help you with anything. I really don't know anything about alchemy." "I know." Lin Yi laughed and shook his head. He thought to himself, "I knew you don't know alchemy, and I didn't expect you to be able to help me with alchemy." However, what was the difference between condensing pill fire with divine sense and condensing pill fire with qi? Lin Yi really couldn't figure it out. If there was a method to condense pill fire with divine sense in this alchemy manual, Lin Yi wouldn't mind giving it a try and then comparing it with qi to pill fire to understand. Unfortunately, there was no method to condense pill fire with divine sense in this manual, and it was only briefly mentioned. Chu Tianlu suddenly clapped his hands and said, "That's right. Boss Lin Yi, after my grandfather obtained the crab's core last night, he immediately contacted an alchemist to refine the core into a nascent soul golden core. I know that the alchemist isn't far from our Chu family. If he comes quickly, he might already be at our Chu family. Your grandfather moves quite quickly. He has already found an alchemist who can refine nascent soul golden core. It should be known that an alchemist who could refine a nascent soul golden pill was in existence above the 6th grade. Even on the Heaven Stage Island, it was not easy to find one. This Chu family could actually invite such a person in one night. It seemed that their network was really good. Boss Lin Yi, why don't we go and take a look? If this alchemist is already here, we should be able to consult him if we have any questions. Or we can just watch him concoct pills. Who knows, he might be able to answer your doubts." Chu Tianlu suggested rather excitedly. Being able to do something for Lin Yi made Chu Tianlu extremely happy. Otherwise, he would feel that he owed Lin Yi too much. Lin Yi was very tempted after hearing this. This was really a good suggestion. If he could directly watch the high-level alchemists of the ancient small world concoct pills on the spot, it would be quite beneficial whether it was in terms of divine sense condensing alchemy fire or controlling this kind of alchemy fire to concoct pills. Since that's the case, let's go take a look. As Lin Yi spoke, he stood up and suddenly asked, "When this alchemist is concocting pills, can others directly watch?" When Lin Yi was concocting pills, he would never let others watch from the side, unless it was someone that Lin Yi was very close and trusted. After all, the automatic alchemy furnace, such a heaven-defying artifact, could not be casually exposed in front of others. Putting himself in others' shoes, other alchemists might not be willing to let irrelevant people watch from the side when they were concocting pills. If they were careless and made a mistake in concocting pills, leading to the final failure of concocting pills, who would be responsible for this? After being asked by Lin Yi, Chu Tianlu also said with some hesitation, I'm not very clear. I originally thought that there should be no problem, but boss, after what you said, I also feel that it doesn't seem that easy. But it doesn't matter. Even if we can't watch the concoction, at least we can ask some questions about concocting pills. These are all trivial matters. I think he will give face to our Chu family." "You're right, then let's go." Lin Yi shrugged and was about to follow Chu Tianlu to see this alchemist, but after seeing that Duanmuyu had already brewed a pot of tea, he changed his mind and said, "This matter is not very urgent. Tianlu, come and taste the tea made by Duanmuyu. It is definitely not ordinary." Duanmuyu smiled slightly and said, "Young Master Chu, don't listen to Lin Yi's nonsense. I'm just casually playing with it. Originally, it is not suitable to drink tea like this early in the morning, but we are all cultivators, so we don't have so many scruples. Sister-in-law, you are too polite. Just call me Tianlu, don't call me young Master Chu. It makes people feel uncomfortable." Chu Tianlu said with a smile. He picked up the teacup in front of him, blew on the hot air, then raised his head and drank it in one gulp. Then he praised loudly, "Good tea. It's really good tea. Sister-in-law's craftsmanship is really good." Duanmuyu's pretty face was slightly red, but she did not refute Chu Tianlu's addressing her as sister-in-law. Duanmuyu was not only used to being addressed like this, but also enjoyed it. Lin Yi said with a smile, "I see that you are also a person who doesn't understand the tea ceremony. What can you taste if you gulp it down like a whale? Forget it, let's go and see if the alchemist is here." After speaking, Lin Yi also picked up his own teacup and drank the clear tea inside. It was not a waste of Duanmuyu's effort. Duanmuyu was secretly amused. Lin Yi obviously did not have a deep understanding of the tea ceremony. He and Chu Tianlu were almost the same. They were indeed the boss and the little brother. After a simple cleaning up, the three of them walked towards the hall. The mess caused last night had been cleaned up overnight. Now the hall was restored to its previous tidiness. Even the blue bricks that had been broken by Xue Jianfeng's kowtow had been replaced. There was no trace of it left. Lin Yi had not arrived yet, but his divine sense had already scanned the hall. In the hall, Chu Yuntian was respectfully talking to an old man. This old man sat arrogantly in the seat of honor. Obviously, his status was quite high. He should be the alchemist invited by Chu Yuntian. It was not surprising that an alchemist who could refine nascent soul and golden elixirs had such a status. This was the case on the Heaven Stage Island. A high-level alchemist was enough to be on an equal footing with the higher-ups of the major sections. As soon as the three of them entered the hall, before Chu Tianlu had time to introduce the alchemist to Lin Yi, he heard Chu Yuntian say with a smile, "Master Chen, can you discuss this matter again? Our Chu family can use other things to exchange, not necessarily elixirs, right?" Chapter 5493. Chu Yuntian's face was full of bitterness, but he also understood that Master Chen was a man of his word. He probably wouldn't change no matter how much he begged. Lin Yi was surprised. He really didn't expect that the conditions given by this guy surnamed Chen would be so overbearing. He provided the materials and the alchemy fee, but in the end he couldn't even get one pill. He could only give it to the old man surnamed Chen. Wasn't this completely making a wedding dress for the old man Chen? Although there was nothing wrong with an alchemist receiving elixir as a reward, and the Heaven Stage Island also had such a rule, the Heaven Stage Island would at least guarantee that in the case of one pill, the employer would be given priority. After all, it was the employer who collected the materials and spent a lot of money on alchemy. If the alchemist could only make one pill, there was no reason to continue to collect elixir after receiving the alchemy fee. At this moment, Chu Yuntian's heart was in a dilemma. Speaking of alchemists who could refine nascent soul golden pills, Old Man Chen wouldn't be the only one in the entire immemorial martial world. However, Chu Yuntian could only invite him. Therefore, other than him, he really couldn't find anyone else to refine nascent soul golden pills. However, the conditions given by this Old Man Chen were really too harsh. One had to know that the success rate of this Old Man Chen's alchemy was never more than 30%. With such a low success rate, it was simply impossible to guarantee 2 pills. With a success rate of 30%, if he wanted to make 1 pill, he would have to bear a great risk. Now that he finally made 1 pill, he had to give it to Old Man Chen. No matter how Chu Yuntian thought about it, he felt that he would end up losing everything. "Chu Yuntian, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and give me a straightforward answer." Old Man Chen's face was full of impatience. He didn't put Chu Yuntian, a nascent soul old monster, in his eyes at all. However, it was no wonder that the Chu family was originally a small family. Chu Yuntian, a nascent soul old monster, was only the weakest nascent soul early stage. Old Man Chen was an alchemist from the small archaic underworld 5-element sect. The status of the two could be said to be like heaven and earth. In front of Old Man Chen, Chu Yuntian really didn't have much confidence. Because of this, after Chu Yuntian was urged, he could only continue to smile apologetically. "Master Chen, this condition is really a bit harsh. Can you let me think about it again?" Old Man Chen said angrily, "Consider? What was there to consider? Could it be that there is an alchemist more powerful than this seat?" Chu Yuntian hurriedly shook his head and said, No, no, in the entire ancient underworld, there aren't many who can compare to you, Master Chen, let alone those who are stronger than you. When Old Man Chen heard this, his expression became slightly better. He snorted coldly and said, "Since that's the case, what else do you have to consider? Apart from me, who else can turn these materials into pills?" Chu Yuntian thought to himself, even if no one can refine it, at least these things belong to our Chu family. If we sell them, we can get back a lot of spiritual jades. But if we let you refine them, with your level, it would be difficult for you to even form a single pill. But if a single pill is formed, it will belong to you. Our Chu family's things will be completely wasted. No, even if he were to throw something into the water, he would at least be able to hear a sound. If he were to refine pills, he wouldn't even be able to hear a sound. However, Chu Yuntian could only say these words in his heart. He didn't dare to say any of them out loud. Old Man Chen's status was there, and Chu Yuntian really couldn't afford to offend him. Chu Yuntian didn't dare to open his mouth, but Chu Tianlu, who was frank and straightforward, immediately walked over and cupped his fists. He said, "Master Chen, with all due respect, the entire ancient underworld knows that your success rate in alchemy is around 30% at most. If we follow your conditions, our Chu family will basically lose everything. In the end, there is a 99% chance that we won't get anything. So, can you let our Chu family use other things to exchange for one pill?" Old Man Chen's expression was as gloomy as water. He said with a sneer, "Where did you come from, Junior? Is this where you have the right to speak? Can't you see that this seat is talking to your family's elder? Why are you interrupting?" Chu Tianlu said boldly, "I am the young patriarch of the Chu family. Right now, I am in charge of all the matters of the Chu family. The same goes for alchemy. Master Chen, do you think that I have the right to speak?" According to normal circumstances, Chu Tianlu should at least address himself as a junior. However, he was now Lin Yi's little brother. If he addressed himself as a junior in front of Old Man Chen, it was tantamount to making Lin Yi the same generation as Old Man Chen, or even a junior. This made Chu Tianlu, who worshipped Lin Yi like a god, unable to accept it. So, his tone of speech was a bit harsh. Old Man Chen said furiously, "This seat doesn't care if you are the young patriarch or the old patriarch. To put it bluntly, who does your Chu family think you are? How dare you speak to this seat like this? Master Chen, calm down. Let's talk this out." Chu Yuntian hurriedly smiled apologetically and appeased Chu Tianlu. If it was before, he would definitely give Chu Tianlu a good scolding. However, now, he didn't dare to do so. Didn't he see that Lin Yi was standing beside Chu Tianlu? If he offended Old Man Chen, at most, he wouldn't be able to perform alchemy. However, if he offended Lin Yi, he would definitely die. What kind of talk? Is this how your Chu family asks me to perform alchemy? Do you really think that our 5 Elements sect can be bullied by just anyone? Old Man Chen didn't intend to talk nicely at all. In his opinion, for a grassroots family like the Chu family, he had condescended to perform alchemy for them, which was already giving them face. Not only did they not know how to be grateful, but they even wanted to bargain? I dare not. Master Chen, you are too serious." Chu Yuntian's forehead was about to break out in cold sweat. If he had known this would happen, he would not have performed alchemy. "Today, this seat will leave my words here. Whether you want to or not, you have to do it. Otherwise, if word of this gets out, where will I put my face?" Old Man Chen narrowed his slender eyes, which flickered with a cold light. He looked at Chu Yuntian and made him feel cold. However, what he said next made Chu Yuntian feel completely cold. "If you don't agree, then the Chu family will be blacklisted by our 5 Elements sect." As soon as these words came out, both Chu Yuntian and Chu Tianlu were completely dumbfounded. What did it mean to be blacklisted by the 5 Elements sect? Lin Yi might not know, but they were clearly aware of it. In the small Jianghu of ancient times, few sects that offended the 5 Elements sect could come out unscathed. Even if there were, it would definitely not be a grassroots family like the Chu family, which had not even entered the top 10 small sects. Chapter 5494. Old Man Chen glanced at Lin Yi contemptuously. He was too lazy to even get angry. He sneered directly and said, Where did this Junior come from? Your Chu family's upbringing is really good. Fine, if you don't ask me to refine pills today, then don't expect me to help you in the future. At the same time, you have to be mentally prepared for the consequences of offending the Five Elements sect. Lin Yi said disdainfully, if your alchemy level is as high as your ability to scare people, it's not that I can't refine pills for you. Let's not talk about whether you can represent the Five Elements sect. With your alchemy level, there's really nothing to be proud of. Isn't it just alchemy? I can also refine pills. Is it that great? Bullshit. Old Man Chen almost jumped up. He was most proud of his identity as an alchemist. Now that he was despised by Lin Yi, how could he not be angry? He immediately roared, "Ignorant kid, do you think alchemy is so easy? You also say you can refine pills? This seat has never heard of such a character like you among the alchemists. You can't be so unreliable even if you're boasting, right?" Lin Yi shrugged and said, "Whether I'm boasting or not, we'll know once we try. If you don't believe me, I'll refine the pills. What do you think I should do?" "Impossible." Old Man Chen subconsciously roared and retorted. "Just tell me what to do." Lin Yi was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and pressed him step by step. Old Man Chen said with a ferocious look, "Fine. I'll see what tricks you can play. As long as you can refine pills, I'll refine pills for your Chu family for free." Lin Yi looked at Old Man Chen with an expression as if he was looking at an idiot and said, "Are you stupid? I've already refined pills. Why do I need you to refine pills for free? Do I need your mediocre alchemy level?" Old Man Chen almost spat blood. Besides the time when he'd just started learning pill refinement, it was really the first time in so many years that he'd been called mediocre in pill refinement. No matter what, he was the top alchemist in the tiny world of the primeval times, and it was truly intolerable. "Junior, you're going too far. Tell me what to do. I really don't believe it today." Old Man Chen really didn't believe that Lin Yi could successfully refine the elixir. He immediately let Lin Yi draw the line. Lin Yi said coolly, "Then let's do it this way. If I can refine it successfully, you can stop refining pills from now on." "Alright." Old Man Chen was about to go mad from anger. He agreed without hesitation and then asked, "What if you can't refine it? What do you want to say?" Lin Yi looked at Old Man Chen mockingly. Lin Yi was simply bullying him. Before it even started, Old Man Chen was destined to lose. Hence, no matter what he said, Lin Yi would not object. "It's very simple. You failed, and your Chu clan has to apologize to me. At the same time, pay me 10 times the amount of spirit jades as compensation. Do you have them? If you do, I'll play with you." Old Man Chen forced himself to calm down and said, thinking that victory was in his grasp. Chu Yuntian was shocked when he heard that. To refine this elixir, the Chu clan needed to pay an additional 500 spirit jades to Old Man Chen. Now, he asked for 10 times the compensation, which was 5,000 spirit jades. To the Chu clan, this was a huge sum of money. It was impossible for them to take it out right now. However, Chu Yuntian did not expect that Lin Yi could really refine elixirs. After all, it was true that Lin Yi's strength was powerful, but alchemy and strength did not necessarily have any relation. Chu Yuntian really didn't want to get involved. Old Man Chen secretly sneered. He completely saw Chu Yuntian's expression. Clearly, the Chu clan couldn't take out this amount of spirit jades. Although Old Man Chen was certain that Lin Yi would fail, to be able to gain a little upper hand at this time still made him very happy. "How is it? Do you have 5,000 spirit jades? If you do, take it out and let me see. Otherwise, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Hurry up and give me the materials and compensation." Old Man Chen was proud in his heart and felt that he was really quick-witted. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi said calmly, "It's merely 5,000 spirit jades. What's the big deal? You wait." After saying that, Lin Yi turned around and left the hall. 5,000 spirit jades was not something that could be stored in a small bag. It was impossible for Lin Yi to directly take it out from the space in the jade pendant. He could only first find a place to hide from the eyes and ears. Soon, Lin Yi came back carrying a big bag of spirit jades. He threw it in front of Old Man Chen and said, "If you're interested, count it and see if it's enough." Pure spiritual power fluctuations were emitted from the open bags. It was obvious that the quality of the spiritual jades inside was rather good. When Old Man Chen saw the bag full of spiritual jades, he was completely dumbfounded. Even Chu Yuntian and Chu Tianlu were dumbfounded by the sight. Old Man Chen was only surprised that the Chu clan could take out 5,000 spirit jades so easily. However, Chu Yuntian and Chu Tianlu were surprised at where these 5,000 spirit jades came from. Lin Yi obviously didn't bring any big luggage. These 5,000 spirit jades were not something that could be casually carried in one's pocket. Could it be that the entire Chu clan was blind? Old man, the spirit jades are here. If you don't count them, then I'll take it as you've tacitly agreed. Lin Yi was naturally not interested in explaining the origin of these spirit jades to them. He looked at Old Man Chen indifferently and said, Old Man Chen was still in shock. He only unconsciously agreed. Then he reacted and said, okay, I'll kindly accept these 5,000 spirit jades. Since you, a junior, want to try, then go. Anyway, these materials belong to your Chu clan. Even if you fail, it has nothing to do with me. To be able to earn 5,000 spirit jades, Old Man Chen felt that it wasn't a bad thing. After all, it wasn't easy to refine a nascent soul golden pill. Even if he really succeeded, he couldn't guarantee the quality. Maybe even if he succeeded, he wouldn't be able to directly advance to the nascent soul stage. Lin Yi laughed and said, these spirit jades are just for you to look at to satisfy your craving. Do you really think that you can take them away? Let's cut the crap. Since you've agreed, then I'll start refining the pill. If you're interested, why don't you just casually refine a pill here, lest you lose the bet and can no longer refine pills? Old Man Chen snorted disdainfully and said, ignorant child. Seeing that you're going to give me so many spirit jades, I'll kindly remind you that refining pills isn't something that just anyone can play with. Admit defeat as soon as possible, lest you hurt yourself later. These words are quite suitable for you. After Lin Yi ridiculed him, he no longer paid attention to Old Man Chen. He turned around and said to Chu Tianlu, Tianlu, prepare a secret room for me. I'm going to start refining pills. Chapter 5495. However, Chu Tianlu would never doubt Lin Yi's words. Since Lin Yi said he wanted to refine pills in a secret chamber, Chu Tianlu immediately thought about whether there was a suitable place. Oh right. Bing Wuqing, who was standing at the side of the hall, suddenly asked, Boss Lin Yi, do you need me to protect you? Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. No need, just stay here and watch, in case someone runs away with the spiritual jades. Bing Wuqing hadn't left the hall since yesterday. Since Lin Yi wanted to talk to Duan Muyu, she had been waiting here. Because she hadn't spoken much, and her body was as cold as an iceberg, everyone in the Chu family subconsciously wanted to ignore her. Old Man Chen's face darkened. The person Lin Yi was referring to was naturally him. However, what surprised him the most was that both Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu called this junior boss. Who on earth was this junior? Could he really be an alchemist? Chu Tianlu, the young master of the Chu family, could be ignored. But who was Bing Wuqing? She was not a simple person. 3 nascent soul old monsters had appeared in the Snow Sword sect. With the resources of the 5 Elements sect, they naturally knew about it. As a senior member of the 5 Elements sect, it would be unreasonable for Old Man Chen not to know Bing Wuqing. In his heart, this was the only possibility he could think of. After all, Lin Yi's strength was only at the foundation establishment stage. He could only be a boss in the field of alchemy. After all, although Old Man Chen was also a nascent soul old monster, he was only at the early stage. But those at the late stage or even the peak of the nascent soul realm would also respectfully call him Master Chen or Senior Chen. Old Man Chen could not help but feel a little nervous because of Bing Wuqing's words. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to go back on his word and cancel the bet, Lin Yi would never agree. Boss, I've thought of a suitable place. It's not far from here. Please come with me. Chu Tianlu only thought for a moment, then said and led Lin Yi to the secret chamber. Lin Yi smiled faintly at Bing Wuqing and Duan Muyu, gesturing with his eyes for them to wait for him here. Then he followed Chu Tianlu out of the hall. That secret chamber was indeed not far from the hall. To be precise, it was under the study that Lin Yi and Duan Mu Yu stayed in yesterday. It was originally intended to be used to store some less precious books and other items, but this study was not used much, so there were not many things stored in the underground secret chamber. Lin Yi nodded. Last night, he discovered that there was a space below, but he didn't know it was a secret room. He thought it was just an ordinary storage room. Boss, this secret chamber isn't used by anyone, but it has good ventilation and there are people who clean it, so it's quite clean. If you're not satisfied, we can change to another place. Chu Tianlu opened the entrance to the secret chamber and said respectfully, "This place is not bad, let's do it here." Lin Yi said indifferently. He just didn't want to be seen when he was concocting pills. In fact, it was the same even if the doors and windows of the study were closed. However, since there was a more suitable place, Lin Yi wouldn't object. "Then you can go down, boss. Do you need me to stand guard here? I don't want anyone to disturb you while you're concocting pills." Chu Tianlu gave way to the entrance, and at the same time applied to stand guard for Lin. Lin Yi nodded and said, "That's fine too. Then wait for me up here." Boss. Chu Tianlu's face lit up, and he hurriedly cupped his fists and agreed. Lin Yi went down the stairs to the secret chamber. As Chu Tianlu had said, the ventilation was good, and the place was very clean. There was no problem in concocting pills here. After taking out the automatic alchemy furnace, Lin Yi wasted no time and immediately began to concoct pills. However, when Lin Yi chose the nascent soul golden pill on the panel, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The ingredients and pill recipes were different, so the nascent soul golden pill recipe that was stored in the alchemy artifact was naturally useless. I can only input a new recipe. Fortunately, the Heavenly Road sent the recipe for the sea beast's inner core just now. Lin Yi shook his head and muttered with a smile. Then, he took out the nascent soul golden pill recipe that Chu Tianlu had given him and quickly input it. After inputting the recipe, the process of automatically analyzing the recipe began. Lin Yi was not in a hurry. After all, it was not impossible for ordinary people to spend 10 days to half a month to concoct pills. As long as the recipe was analyzed with the speed of the automatic alchemy furnace, the pills would be formed in a short while. Half an hour later, Lin Yi looked at the words, "Analysis failed," on the panel and could not help but slap his forehead. Only then did he remember that there was no information about the sea beast's inner core on the Heaven Stage Island. Moreover, the pill recipes here were all concocted using the alchemy fire condensed by divine sense, which was completely different from the setup of the alchemy artifact. After all, the computer was not the human brain. It could only execute the preset program. Han Jingjing, the creator, did not know about alchemy using the divine sense alchemy fire. Naturally, it was impossible to take this situation into account in advance, so it was normal that the new recipe could not be recognized. This matter could only wait for Lin Yi to return to the Heaven Stage Island and find Han Jingjing to study it and see if there could be a solution. However, in this way, even if he had the inner core of the sea beast in the gold core stage, there was no way to successfully refine the gold core golden pill. This was the thing that gave Lin Yi a headache. What a headache! Since there was no way to try alchemy with the inner core, then now he could only use the nascent soul golden pill that was refined on the Heaven Stage Island. Although the materials were different, the final effect was the same. After the elixir was formed, it was definitely not a simple matter to analyze the composition of the elixir. It was estimated that only a local tyrant like Lin Yi would not care about it. Others would only waste the nascent soul golden pill to analyze the composition. He took out the 2 nascent soul golden pills and looked at them. Due to the preservation ability of the space of the jade pendant, these 2 elixirs were still maintained in the state when they were just taken out of the furnace. There was no problem at all in using them to fish in troubled waters. However, after Lin Yi thought about it, he still put these 2 nascent soul golden pills back. It was too early to go out now. It seemed to be too shocking. He might as well refine another batch of nascent soul golden pills. Anyway, he had to use them. There was a lot of nascent ginseng, and there were enough auxiliary elixirs. With the idea that he was idle, Lin Yi chose the previous nascent soul golden pill recipe. He put a piece of nascent ginseng and other auxiliary materials into the alchemy artifact and began to refine the elixir step by step. This time, Lin Yi only put in 4 sets of materials. In the end, there were 7 elixirs, which was quite good. After putting 5 of them into the space of the jade pendant, Lin Yi put the remaining 2 in a small box and went out. Chapter 5496. Lin Yi was slightly startled. What do you mean it doesn't matter if I fail? I've already refined the pill. Oh, you've refined the pill? What? You've refined the pill. Chu Tianlu didn't react at first. Then he jumped up abruptly and stammered, Bo? Boss, did you say you succeeded? It wasn't anything difficult. What's there to be surprised about? Lin Yi smiled faintly and gestured to Chu Tianlu. Let's go. Let's go and see the grand occasion of old man Chen washing his hands in a golden basin. Chu Tianlu made an "oh" sound and followed Lin Yi to the hall in a daze. He hadn't recovered from the shock of Lin Yi successfully refining the nascent soul golden pill. It wasn't that Chu Tianlu didn't have confidence in Lin. The key was how long had passed? Who didn't spend a few days refining pills? A few days was fast. What about Lin? Did he go in for 4 hours? When Chu Tianlu saw Lin Yi, he instinctively thought that Lin Yi had ruined the pill as soon as he started refining. The 2 of them entered the hall one after the other. When old man Chen saw Lin Yi, he immediately revealed a mocking smile. Yo, isn't this our genius alchemist? Why did you come out so quickly? Oh my, I thought you could at least persevere for a day or 2. I didn't expect you to be finished just like that. Why do you need a day or 2? Didn't you come out when you're done? Lin Yi curled his lips and chuckled. Isn't it just refining a nascent soul golden pill? Only a 3-legged cat like you would need a few days. Don't tell me you've already refined the nascent soul golden pill? Old man Chen looked like he was watching a joke. He wouldn't believe such a thing even if he was beaten to death. This was a nascent soul golden pill, not a low-level pill like the recover pill or the recover pill. How could it be refined so quickly? Brag. Continue to brag, but I don't have time to play with you. I'll accept these spiritual jades. Lin Yi raised his hand and took out the small box. You can forget about the spiritual jades. However, before you stop refining pills, I can let you see what true alchemy is. Old man Chen felt very uneasy in his heart. Lin Yi's performance really didn't look like someone who failed in alchemy. Could it be that he really refined a nascent soul golden core? Old man Chen really wouldn't believe such a thing even if he was beaten to death. But after Lin Yi opened the lid, Old man Chen felt that it was better for someone to quickly beat him to death. In that inconspicuous little box, there were actually 2 nascent soul golden pills, and they were not ordinary nascent soul golden pills. Judging from the halo circulating on them, they were definitely top-grade nascent soul golden pills. To be honest, as a top alchemist in the small archaic underworld, Old man Chen had never seen a top-grade nascent soul golden pill. It was almost something that only existed in legends. Now, it actually appeared in front of him abruptly, and it wasn't just 1, but 2. Not only was Old man Chen shocked, but even Chu Yuntian was pleasantly surprised. Even Chu Tianlu, who already knew that Lin Yi had succeeded in refining pills, was a little dumbfounded. Chu Tianlu only knew that Lin Yi had succeeded in concocting a pill, but he'd always thought that Lin Yi had only barely managed to concoct 1 pill. However, Lin Yi had once again refreshed his image in Chu Tianlu's heart. Impossible! This must have been prepared a long time ago. Old man Chen suddenly shouted. This matter really broke his understanding. In a moment of desperation, he could only think of such a reason, and he instantly believed in his own analysis. Lin Yi's mouth was full of mockery, and he said lightly, Can't you see whether it was prepared a long time ago or not? Old man Chen leaped over with a swoosh. He didn't care whether Lin Yi agreed or not, and he reached out to grab the nascent soul golden pill in the small box. Lin Yi withdrew his hand, and Old man Chen grabbed empty air. Immediately, he became angry out of humiliation and said, If you don't let me see, how do I know whether it was prepared a long time ago? Could it be that you're guilty? You can only look, but you're not allowed to move. I'm afraid that your hands will be dirty. Lin Yi's face was indifferent, but it was this expression, combined with his words, that made Old Man Chen's old face instantly turn red. "I'm afraid that your hands will be dirty." Old Man Chen was really going crazy. For so many years, as a dignified alchemist, he was respected and sought after everywhere he went. When had he ever been humiliated like this? However, Lin Yi didn't have the slightest consciousness of humiliating him. In his opinion, since you like to be arrogant and despotic, then don't blame me, who specializes in dealing with arrogant and despotic people, for being rude to you. Good. Nice to meet you. Old Man Chen really wanted to fly into a rage, but after seeing the unfriendly expression on Bing Wuqing's face, he desperately suppressed his anger. "Junior, I'll remember you. Bring it over and let me see it clearly." As long as he could prove that these two nascent soul golden pills had been refined a long time ago, then everything could be reversed. Therefore, after Old Man Chen suppressed his anger, he focused his attention on the small box in Lin Yi's hand. Those two supreme-grade nascent soul golden pills, in the eyes of Old Man Chen, were really perfect works. If these perfect works were refined by himself, then it would be even more perfect. Unfortunately, this possibility was almost non-existent. With his talent, he had long reached the peak of alchemy, and it was impossible for him to have any further breakthroughs. A faint greed flashed in Old Man Chen's eyes. Faced with two supreme-grade nascent soul golden pills, it was impossible for him not to be tempted. However, although Old Man Chen wasn't weak, he had absolutely no chance of winning against nascent soul old monsters like Bing Wuqing or Chu Yuntian. After all, alchemists had always been weaker in terms of their abilities, so he could only observe the pills carefully. Old Man Chen was even calculating in his heart. If he could prove that these two nascent soul golden pills had been prepared a long time ago, then he wouldn't even want his 5,000 spirit jade. These supreme-grade nascent soul golden pills had to be in his hands. Unfortunately, no matter how good Old Man Chen's plans were, it was useless in the end. Because no matter how he looked at it, these two nascent soul golden cores were in a state that had just been refined, and it was even to the extent that the temperature on the surface of the pill hadn't completely dissipated. If he approached it, he would be able to feel the strand of hot air that was wrapped in a lingering pill fragrance slowly rising up. Lin Yi looked at Old Man Chen mockingly and smiled indifferently. "Have you seen enough? Are you going to lie through your teeth and say that these two nascent soul golden pills have been prepared a long time ago?" Old Man Chen's face turned red and then green. He straightened his back, but he couldn't say anything. If he could, he really wanted to say that Lin Yi had prepared them a long time ago, but the fact was that these were indeed nascent soul golden pills that had just been refined. If Lin Yi could refine two supreme-grade nascent soul golden pills in such a short time, then Lin Yi's alchemy skills had long gone beyond Old Man Chen's imagination. Chapter 5497. Even the entire Five Elements sect would not dare to offend such a person, let alone Old Man Chen, who was only an alchemist of the Five Elements sect. As an alchemist, he naturally knew that a person with such alchemy skills could gather a terrifying force if he wanted to. It's just been refined. No matter how unwilling he was, Old Man Chen could only grit his teeth and nod his head to admit it. It was not only because he feared Lin Yi, but also because of Bing Wuqing, who was looking at him coldly from the side. Lin Yi nodded. This old man was quite sensible and did not intend to fight to the end. Lin Yi immediately closed the lid of the box and said, "Since you admit that this is a golden pill of nascent soul that has just been refined, you also admit to this bet. So I win." "You win." Old Man Chen clenched his teeth and stamped his feet. After saying this, he immediately lowered his head and walked out dejectedly. Lin Yi did not stop him. As for the bet that Old Man Chen could not refine pills in the future, Lin Yi did not care much. Unless Old Man Chen's divine sense was destroyed on the spot, he could only rely on Old Man Chen to restrain himself. Lin Yi estimated that this old man would not keep his promise. After Old Man Chen left, Chu Yuntian rushed to Lin Yi's side, bowed slightly, and said with a smile, "Senior Lin." No, it's Master Lin." I didn't expect Master Lin to be so hidden. Not only is his strength outstanding, but he is also the best in alchemy. In such a short time, you can refine two golden pills of nascent soul. It would be an insult to Master Lin to say that you are a genius. Ahem. Lin Yi could not help coughing a few times. Such mushy flattery, coming from the mouth of an old man like Chu Yuntian, really made Lin Yi a little uncomfortable. Chu Tianlu was much more honest. He just praised loudly, "Big brother is the big brother. I, Chu Tianlu, am so lucky to be able to meet a big brother like you. I'm afraid there is no other person like you in the entire ancient underworld. Brother Wuqing, our foresight is really good to the max." Alright, even Lin Yi found the flattery of an honest person a little hard to accept. Who would have thought that after hearing Chu Tianlu's praise, Bing Wuqing, with her ice-cold face, would actually nod with a serious expression, expressing her agreement. Yi Qingqing's face was full of envy as he watched the scene unfold. He wanted to say something to flatter Lin Yi, but realized that he couldn't get a word in. Now that he thought about it, he really regretted it. Back when Lin Yi first came to Yiling's sect, if he had decisively made Duan Muyu and Lin Yi get on good terms, wouldn't Yiling's sect have been reborn? Glancing at Duan Muyu, who was quietly smiling at the side, Yi Qingqing thought to himself, "Fortunately, it's not too late to realize this. With Duan Muyu around, Lin Yi will never abandon Yiling's sect." As for the Chu clan, Yi Qingqing thought that their rise seemed to be foreseeable. Especially this time, Yi Qingqing saw with his own eyes that the Chu clan's foundation was quite deep. Previously, the Chu clan released news to the public, claiming that there were only 2 or 3 gold cores in the Chu clan, but the truth was that there were at least 10 gold cores in the Chu clan. Coupled with Chu Yuntian, who had a supreme-grade gold core, the Chu clan's strength was enough to establish a firm foothold among the 10 small sects and families. While Yi Qingqing was calculating in his heart, Lin Yi took out a gold core of nascent soul and handed it to Chu Yuntian. "This is the one I promised to give you. I'll make the decision to give the other one to Yi Qingqing. You don't have any objections, do you?" No. Master Lin, you're too polite. This should have been Master Lin's. I'm deeply grateful that you gave me one. How dare I have any objections to Master Lin's things?" Chu Yuntian shook his head like a rattledrum, for fear of causing Lin Yi to misunderstand. It should be known that Chu Yuntian had been prepared to not get a single gold core before. Now that he could get one, and it was a supreme-grade gold core of nascent soul at that, he was already overjoyed. It was like a dream. How could he have any objections? Besides, according to the rules, the medicinal pills refined by Lin Yi should belong to Lin Yi. Whether Lin Yi kept it for himself or gave it away, or even fed it to a dog, it had nothing to do with Chu Yuntian. Yi Qingqing was also overjoyed. He was thinking of continuing to deepen the friendship and connection with the Chu family. Suddenly, when he heard that Lin Yi would give him a gold core of nascent soul, he even wanted to kneel down and hug Lin Yi's thigh. Fortunately, he knew how to restrain himself and barely suppressed this shameful thought. He pointed at himself with a trembling finger and asked incredulously, "Master Lin, you said you're going to give me one? Gold core of nascent soul? Supreme grade?" Lin Yi closed the lid indifferently and threw it to Yi Qingqing. "There's only one supreme grade. I can't give you anything else." Yi Qingqing caught the small box in a flurry. This was a treasure that contained a supreme-grade gold core of nascent soul. If he dropped it, he would die of heartache. Until he got the small box, Yi Qingqing still felt like he was dreaming. All of this was too unreal. Was he going to advance to the nascent soul realm? Was Yi Ling's sect going to have another nascent soul old monster? "Master Lin, you've really hidden your strength well. Not only are you outstanding, but you're also the best in alchemy. In such a short time, you were able to refine 2 supreme-grade gold cores of nascent soul realm. It's an insult to you, Master Lin, to say that you're a genius." Yi Qingqing suddenly complimented Lin. However, this line sounded very familiar to Lin Yi. Chu Yuntian glanced at Yi Qingqing disdainfully. Not only did this guy give me a gold core of nascent soul realm, but he also copied my compliments to Master Lin. He even used them in front of the original without changing a single word. Did he have any sense of morality? Lin Yi coughed dryly. Lin Yi was really ashamed of their compliments. At this moment, he could only smile bitterly in his heart. He really wasn't a genius. Moreover, after trying this time, he knew that it was impossible for Han Jingjing to refine the elixir recipe of the primordial underworld with this godly alchemy artifact before she leveled up. If he wanted to improve Duanmuyu's strength, he could only use the gold core of nascent soul realm. However, he couldn't refine the godly alchemy artifact. Even if Lin Yi went to capture many gold core realm sea beasts and obtain their inner cores, it would be useless. He couldn't refine a large number of elixirs that could improve his strength. In the face of the increasingly powerful core, Lin Yi only felt great pressure. He could easily kill a nascent soul realm cultivator, but the people around him couldn't. Bing Wuqing was a genius and could challenge a nascent soul realm cultivator with a higher level, but the chances of her winning were 50-50 at most. If it were someone else, it would be even worse. Chapter 5498. If the center started to target Lin Yi, they would inevitably start with the people around him. At that time, these people who were at a disadvantage obviously couldn't resist. No matter how powerful Lin Yi was, he was only one person. Facing a large number of experts in the center, it was absolutely impossible to defend. Moreover, Lin Yi had to go back to the heavenly stage island eventually. It was impossible to stay in the ancient Jianghu. This was an unsolvable problem. Yi Qingcheng happily held the nascent soul golden pill in his hand. Duanmuyu on the side was also quite surprised. She didn't expect Lin Yi to be so generous and directly give a nascent soul golden pill to Yi Qingcheng. Of course, Duanmuyu also knew that Lin Yi did this for her sake, so she couldn't help but feel a little sweet in her heart. This feeling was like a husband giving a gift to his wife's family. Thinking about it made her blush a little. Lin Yi didn't know Duanmuyu's little thoughts, but he did give a nascent soul golden pill to Yi Qingcheng for Duanmuyu's sake. Anyway, he still had nascent soul golden pills. If it wasn't enough, he could refine more. It didn't matter if it was one or two. Tianlu, do you know who Chu Tianliang learned alchemy from? Is there any alchemy mental cultivation method or something? Lin Yi thought about it. He still had to solve it from the alchemy method of the ancient Jianghu. In any case, he had to at least figure out how to use his divine sense to condense the alchemy fire. Chu Yuntian immediately answered, if it's alchemy mental cultivation method, there should be. Tianlu, quickly go and find it for Master Lin, be quick. Chu Tianlu nodded, then turned to Lin and said, Boss, Chu Tianliang's alchemy mental cultivation method seems to be there. I seem to have seen it when I was looking for alchemy manual before. But boss, you are already so good at alchemy, why do you still need to look at Chu Tianliang's alchemy mental cultivation method? He is just a low-level alchemist, and the alchemy mental cultivation method is at most some basic methods. Lin Yi thought to himself that the basic methods were right. If you gave me a profound one, I might not be able to understand it. I just want to take a look and confirm some of my thoughts, Lin Yi said casually. Chu Yunnan said unhappily, why are you so insensible, child? Master Lin is your boss. What are you being so long-winded about your boss's orders? Hurry up and get it. How can a junior like you fathom Master Lin's thoughts? Chu Tianlu shrunk his neck. After responding, he quickly ran out. Although he was already the young master of the Chu clan who held great power, he was still somewhat afraid in front of Chu Yuntian. Lin Yi casually chatted with a few people, and then Chu Tianlu hurriedly ran back, holding a book in his hand. It was precisely Chu Tianliang's pill concoction mental technique. Boss, I've brought the item. See if it's what you need. Chu Tianlu ran in front of Lin Yi and handed over the book with both hands. Lin Yi casually thanked him, took it, and flipped through a few pages. This was indeed Chu Tianliang's pill concoction mental technique. It contained the most basic method of condensing the alchemy fire with the divine sense. Lin Yi was secretly delighted. As long as he could condense the alchemy fire with his divine sense, even if he couldn't use it for automatic alchemy, he could at least try to refine it himself. After putting away the pill concoction mental technique, Lin Yi continued to say a few words to the crowd, and then he left alone to return to his room, preparing to study this pill concoction mental technique. With the strength of Lin Yi's divine sense, it would not be a problem to say that it was the strongest in the ancient small world. At the beginning, the condensation was still smooth. Lin Yi quickly used his divine sense to form the alchemy fire, which was a good start. However, then Lin Yi discovered a problem. A good start was not equal to half the success. No matter how Lin Yi tried, there was no way to control the intensity and temperature of the alchemy fire. What the hell, why is it like this again? It was obviously carried out according to this pill concoction mental technique. Lin Yi muttered helplessly, but he was still at his wits' end. Speaking of which, Lin Yi's cultivation could be said to be smooth sailing, but on the path of alchemy, there was no progress. It was the same when he was in the secular world. Although he could successfully generate the alchemy fire, there was no way to control the intensity and temperature of the alchemy fire. However, at that time, because of the incomplete attributes, he could not become an alchemist. Later, his attributes were complete, but he still couldn't refine alchemy by himself. If it wasn't for the automatic alchemy artifact invented by Han Jingjing, Lin Yi's progress would never be so fast. Maybe he would have been finished somewhere. There's no reason. The alchemy fire condensed by true qi is like this. How can the alchemy fire condensed by divine sense be like this? It should be possible. Why is it the same? Lin Yi kept looking at the pill concoction mental technique, and his mouth continued to mutter, hoping to find the reason why he kept failing. After a while, Lin Yi seemed to have figured something out, and he shook his head with a wry smile. Perhaps it was because Lin Yi was now a soul, and controlling the intensity and temperature of the alchemy fire had to rely on his physical hand to control it. But now, Lin Yi was not a physical body. Although he could use divine sense to condense alchemy fire, he couldn't control it. Of course, whether this was the case or not, Lin Yi also couldn't verify it. After all, this was only his guess. In any case, Lin Yi could be said to be useless in the path of alchemy. Even the most powerful cultivation genius had shortcomings. Fortunately, Han Jingjing could make up for this shortcoming with science, so it wouldn't affect Lin Yi too much. Thinking about this, Lin Yi completely gave up the idea of using the sea beast's Niden for alchemy in the ancient small world. In this way, Lin Yi must find another way, otherwise, his advantage would be lost. Lin Yi suddenly missed Han Jingjing very much. If this genius girl was here, she would definitely be able to solve this problem easily. Unfortunately, before he returned to Heaven Stage Island, it would be impossible to see Han Jingjing. Since condensing alchemy fire was useless, Lin Yi no longer forced himself. Instead, he continued to refine the residual medicinal power of the divine sense fruit. It was also quite important to remove the tumor of divine sense as soon as possible. The next day, Yi Qingqing came to the small courtyard with Duan Muyu early in the morning, ready to visit Lin. Originally, Duan Muyu felt that there was no need to be so careful. When looking for Lin Yi, he could directly knock on the door, but Yi Qingqing didn't dare to be so negligent, even if Duan Muyu might become Lin Yi's woman. Master Yi, why are you looking for me so early? Come in and talk. Fortunately, Lin Yi's divine sense was always monitoring the small courtyard. After discovering Yi Qingqing and Duan Muyu's arrival, he immediately opened the door and invited them in. Yi Qingqing hurried forward and saluted respectfully. Master Lin, I'm really sorry to disturb you so early. It doesn't matter. Lin Yi smiled faintly and nodded gently to Duan Muyu as a greeting. Master Yi, what's the matter for you to come so early? Chapter 5499. Yes, I have something to ask of you. Yi Qingqing didn't look like a sect master at all at this time. His face was full of a humble smile. It couldn't be helped. Whether it was Lin Yi's strength or Lin Yi's alchemy ability, Yi Qingqing couldn't catch up to them. Therefore, Yi Qingqing didn't feel wronged by this humble attitude at all. Lin Yi asked the two of them to enter the room and sit down. Then he said lightly, What's the matter, Sect Master Yi? Yi Qingqing didn't dare to be careless. He stood up again, bowed slightly, and cupped his fists. Junior Yi Qingqing thanks Master Lin for bestowing the elixir to me yesterday. Today, I would like to ask Master Lin to continue to help and protect me. Protect? Lin Yi was slightly stunned. He thought it was something important. So it was to protect him? Although it would waste some time, with Duan Muyu's face, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Duan Muyu smiled at Lin. Our Yi Ling sect hasn't had a nascent soul realm cultivator for a long time, and the Grand Supreme Elder has been in seclusion recently. Therefore, the sect master has some concerns about breaking through to the nascent soul realm. He wants to ask you to protect him because he's afraid that something will go wrong. I see. Lin Yi nodded. In fact, with the supreme grade nascent soul and the golden pill, and Yi Qingqing was a veteran in the exceptional gold core realm, breaking through to the nascent soul realm was absolutely a matter of course. However, Lin Yi could understand his concerns, so he immediately said, "No problem. Since you want me to protect you, I will protect you. Anyway, I'm not going to leave the Chu family these days." Yi Qingqing was immediately surprised and said, "Thank you, Master Lin. In this way, this junior has full confidence." After that, Yi Qingqing didn't delay and immediately said goodbye. "Master Lin, then I will go and prepare. You can chat with Xiao Yu first. When you are free, we will start to break through to the nascent soul realm." Duanmu Yu's pretty face was slightly red. She lowered her head and didn't speak. She really wanted to chat with Lin Yi, but after hearing Yi Qingqing's words, she felt a little shy. "Alright, go ahead. Inform me when you're ready." Lin Yi waved his hand, indicating that Yi Qingqing could leave. In fact, Lin Yi was prepared to leave today, but since there was such a thing, he would have to wait a few more days. After all, not everyone was like him and the people around him who treated breaking through to the next realm as an ordinary cultivation. Yi Qingqing didn't say much, and very perceptively retreated. Lin Yi was just about to say something to Duan Muyu, when his divine sense discovered that Chu Yuntun had brought Chu Tianlu over. "It's really lively today." Lin Yi shook his head slightly and said to Duan Muyu with a smile. He raised his voice and said, "Tianlu, come in with your grandfather. Don't wait at the door. Boss, you have guests here. Let's come back later." As soon as Chu Tianlu entered the courtyard, he vaguely saw Duan Muyu in Lin Yi's room. He suddenly felt a little awkward. This was disturbing the boss's good time. In fact, when they came over just now, they had already seen Yi Qingqing leave in a hurry, but they didn't care. They didn't expect that Duan Muyu would stay with Lin Yi. Before Lin Yi could speak, Duan Muyu said in a low voice with a red face, "Lin Yi, I'm going to help Uncle Sect Leader to make some preparations to break through to the nascent soul realm. We'll talk about it when you're free." After saying that, she directly lowered her head and walked out quickly, leaving Lin Yi to watch her leave, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She was clearly a valiant and cheerful girl, but why did she become so shy now? Chu Yuntian, who came in behind Chu Tianlu, was also a little embarrassed. After Duan Muyu went out, he coughed twice and said, "Master Lin, did we come at the wrong time?" Lin Yi thought to himself, "Do you still think you came at the right time?" However, seeing that Chu Tianlu was a little nervous, Lin Yi didn't bother to argue. He waved them into the room, sat down, and asked, "What are you two up to this early in the morning?" Chu Yuntian glanced at Chu Tianlu, thought for a moment, and said, "It's like this, Master Lin. I'm going to take the nascent soul golden pill. It's just that I haven't taken the best nascent soul golden pill before, so I don't have a concept of its efficacy. If Master Lin is free, can you help me take care of me while I'm taking the pill?" Hearing Chu Yuntian talk to him as a junior, Lin Yi felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he was Chu Tianlu's grandfather. Although cultivators respected strength, it was still a little awkward. Since he had promised Yi Qingqing, he naturally didn't need Chu Yuntian. Lin Yi simply nodded and said, "No problem, come and find me when you're ready." Chu Yuntian was immediately overjoyed. He didn't expect Lin Yi to agree to protect him so readily. After all, he was already at the early nascent soul stage. If he took the nascent soul golden pill to increase his strength, there would be no problem. He dragged Chu Tianlu over to ask for Lin Yi's help, just to get closer to Lin Yi. Now it seemed that Lin Yi really thought highly of the Chu family. In the future, as long as he held on to Lin Yi's thick thigh, the Chu family's rise would be unstoppable. Just as he was about to say a few more words to worm his way into Lin Yi's good graces, Lin Yi seemed a little uninterested. Chu Yuntian immediately took his leave and took Chu Tianlu with him, lest he wandered around in front of Lin Yi and made Lin Yi unhappy. A few days later, under Lin Yi's protection, Yi Qingqing successfully reached the nascent soul stage and became the second nascent soul stage old monster of the Yiling sect. He could finally stabilize the Yiling sect's position, and Chu Yuntian successfully advanced by a small level. The whole process was quite easy. Lin Yi's protection really just watched from the side. After everything here was settled, Lin Yi was ready to leave. He gathered them together and said goodbye. Tianlu, the matter of your Chu family has come to an end here. I have to go back to the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. Wuqing Xiaoyu, you too go back to your sects. Big brother Lin Yi, why don't I accompany you back to the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island first? Bing Wuqing's face was still cold, but her tone was not as stiff as before. Lin Yi smiled faintly and waved his hand. No need. You have to go back to the Snow Sword sect to prepare. Yu Taicong is done for, and Xue Jianfeng is also unreliable. Your Snow Sword sect has 3 nascent soul stage experts, and in the end, only you can bear the responsibility. Let's meet at the distant ancient grand meeting. Hearing what Lin Yi said, Bing Wuqing hesitated a little, but did not insist. Anyway, in Bing Wuqing's mind, Lin Yi's strength was far superior to his. If Lin Yi could not handle the situation, it would not make much difference whether he was there or not. Chapter 5500. Boss Lin Yi, then I won't hold you back. I need to discuss the matters of the Chu clan with my grandfather. In any case, it won't be long before the opening of the Archaean Grand Meeting. We'll be able to meet again very soon. Chu Tianlu was as straightforward as always, without the slightest hesitation. Lin Yi patted him on the shoulder and said, the Chu family has just experienced some turmoil. You need to spend more time sorting it out. See you at the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting. The Archaeozoic Grand Meeting was about to be held. It was a grand meeting about the re-ranking of the 4 major sects and families and the 10 minor sects and families. As the name suggested, it was a grand meeting of the entire Jianghu in the Archaeozoic small world. All the sects and families would participate in this grand meeting. Those who were ambitious would try their best to show their strength in the grand meeting, striving to be ranked among the 4 major and 10 minor families and sections. The Blue Cloud sect in the North Island was also one of the 10 minor sects and families, so Lin Yi had to go back and lead the team to participate. After saying that, Lin Yi looked back at Duan Muyu and said with a smile, Xiaoyu, do you want to go back to the Blue Cloud sect with me? Anyway, the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting will be handled by your uncle master. You don't need to do anything. Duan Muyu was a little tempted by Lin Yi's invitation. If she wanted to go, Yi Qingqing would probably agree wholeheartedly. Wasn't the opportunity to follow Lin Yi what Yi Qingqing had always wanted Duan Muyu to do? However, Duan Muyu only thought about it for a moment and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Lin. I can't go to the Blue Cloud sect with you this time because my strength has improved. I have to go back to the sect to see my master. Anyway, we'll meet again soon. Let's meet at the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting. But take care of yourself. Although Lin Yi felt a little regretful, he didn't care too much. As they said, the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting was just around the corner. Today was a temporary separation, but they would meet again soon. After saying a few more words to them, Lin Yi directly stepped on the flying spirit beast and flew to the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. After Lin Yi left, Bing Wuqing immediately left the Chu clan as well. She returned to the Snow Sword faction to prepare for the immemorial meeting. Duan Muyu, on the other hand, was a little late. He left together with Yi Qingqing. The Blue Cloud sect of the North Island was originally in the top 10 small family sects, and it was ranked in the middle. Lin Yi's goal this time was not only to keep this ranking, but also to make the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island fight for the ranking of the 4 major sects if possible. Originally, this kind of ranking did not mean much to Lin Yi, but on account of his relationship with the Jadian sect, it was only right for him to help out a little. The only thing he needed to worry about was how many puppets the central force of the primordial underworld had secretly developed, and how many clans and sects had they secretly controlled. If the central force chose to make trouble at the immemorial meeting, with the force that Lin Yi had established now, he might not be a match for the central force. After all, the number of experts on Lin Yi's side was too small. Without the enhancement of gold core and golden core, even if Lin Yi had a lot of gold core, he could not create a batch of nascent soul old monsters that could fight against the central force. Fortunately, when Lin Yi returned to the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, the first thing he received was good news. That was, Exenijia had successfully reached the nascent soul realm, which completely stabilized his position in the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. This guy was a good person, and he firmly stood on Lin Yi's side. Finally, it was time for a big harvest. "Granduncle, you're back." Hearing the news of Lin Yi's return, Exenijia immediately brought Hong Zijuan to welcome Lin Yi, and they maintained their usual respect. "Not bad. Not only did you succeed in reaching the nascent soul realm, but you've also completely stabilized your strength. It seems that you're quite talented. Even if you're not as talented as Bing Wuqing, you should be above average." Lin Yi nodded and praised him with a smile. Exenijia immediately thanked him. "It's all thanks to Granduncle's help. Otherwise, I would still be a small figure in the early stage of Gold Core. How could I advance so quickly? Rather than saying that I'm talented, it's better to say that Granduncle has completely reborn me. So, I'll always remember Granduncle's kindness in my heart." "You don't have to say that. You've earned all this yourself. No matter what it is, you deserve it." What Lin Yi said was the truth. He had never been a good person. Even if the elixirs were moldy, he would not give them to those who had nothing to do with him. Exenijia was able to get Lin Yi's approval because he had earned everything himself. The Archean Grand Meeting is about to begin. How's the North Island's Blue Cloud sect's preparation this time? Lin Yi and Exenijia asked casually as they walked into the sect. In fact, there was no need for Lin Yi to ask Exenijia. With his divine sense, it was enough to scan the entire sect. Lin Yi already knew what the North Island's Blue Cloud sect was like. Thanks to Granduncle, the disciples of the North Island's Blue Cloud sect have made great progress in strength recently. If we don't make further progress in this Archean Grand Meeting, the North Island's Blue Cloud sect will definitely occupy a place among the 4 sects and families in the next Archean Grand Meeting. Speaking of the North Island's Blue Cloud sect's current situation and future, Exenijia was immediately full of confidence. "You've done well. The North Island's Blue Cloud sect will definitely flourish in your hands." Lin Yi was really satisfied with Exenijia. Today's North Island's Blue Cloud sect was completely thriving. As long as it kept going, it would definitely be one of the 4 sections. Of course, the premise was that there was no troublemaker like the center to stir up trouble. "Thank you for your compliment, Granduncle. For the North Island's Blue Cloud sect, I'll definitely do my best." Exenijia was interrupted by Lin Yi's surprised before he could finish his sentence. "Granduncle, what's wrong?" Exenijia looked at Lin Yi strangely, but found that Lin Yi turned his head to look at the distant sky outside the sect. There seemed to be a small black dot approaching quickly. "Nothing, it seems that a guest is coming," Lin Yi said faintly. He turned back and stood there lazily, waiting for the black dot to come. Exenijia and Hong Zijuan were secretly surprised. At such a long distance, it was hard for them to identify what the black dot was even with their best eyesight. How could Lin Yi be sure that it was a guest? Although they didn't know what kind of guest it was, such insight was enough to amaze them. After a short while, the black dot enlarged rapidly. It was a rare flying spiritual beast, the 4-winged black eagle. On the back of the 4-winged black eagle sat a gloomy old man with fluttering beard and hair. Chapter 5501. They don't look friendly. Looks like an evil guest is here. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow as he looked at the undisguised murderous aura in the air. They'd have to be blind to have come with good intentions if they said they were here with good intentions. Exenijia's expression changed slightly. 4-winged black eagle is a flying spiritual beast of the evil warding sect. Other sects don't have such a rare flying spiritual beast. That old man, is he the supreme elder of the evil warding sect, Yin Qinqing? Evil warding sect? Why did he come to our Green Cloud sect so aggressively? Lin Yi found the name familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard of this small sect. Exenijia whispered, Grandmaster, Yin Qinqing is a peak late nascent soul cultivator. He's only one step away from the peak nascent soul cultivator. Because of the evil warding sect's evil techniques, they specialize in devouring primordial spirits to cultivate. Very few people dare to mess with them. Devouring primordial spirit? Lin Yi had a strange expression. Should I tell you that I devoured the heaven-devouring crocodile's primordial spirit? But after listening to Xan'ijia's words, Lin Yi recalled that when his primordial spirit was just projected into the mortal world, he was chased by someone from the sect of warding off evil. After he failed, another one came. Could it be that these two people were exposed? Thinking about it, Lin Yi didn't really care. So what if he was exposed? Lin Yi wouldn't be afraid. It was just a warding off evil sect, doing all sorts of evil things all the time. Lin Yi didn't really care about them. In just a few words, the four-winged black eagle flew above Lin Yi's head. It flapped its wings and hovered for a while. Then, the old man who looked like Yin Qinqing jumped down easily. As the leader of the Green Cloud sect, Xan'ijia immediately cupped his fists and said, "I am the new leader of the Green Cloud sect. Are you Senior Yin Qinqing from the evil warding sect?" "I am Yin Qinqing. Or you? How dare you call yourself the leader? Where's Qinjiu?" Yin Qinqing had no intention of hiding his identity, but from his words, it seemed that he was completely unaware of the recent changes in Jadian sect. Otherwise, he would not have asked Qinjiu. The former Supreme Elder Qinjiu betrayed the sect and has already. Xan'ijia was about to answer but was shocked by a sudden shout. "Junior, hand over your life." Yin Qinqing suddenly yelled and interrupted Xan'ijia. At the same time, he attacked Lin. After all, he was an expert at the peak of the late nascent soul realm. Xan'ijia and Hong Zijuan did not have any time to react to his sudden attack. If Yin Qinqing's target was the two of them, they would not even be able to take one hit. However, Lin Yi wasn't Xan'ijia, nor was he someone Hong Zijuan could compare to. When he thought about how this old man Yin Qinqing was related to the two kids who were after him in the common world, Lin Yi raised his guard. Yin Qinqing's attack was indeed fast, but Lin Yi's reaction was even faster. With a thought, 3 consciousness whirlpools appeared around Yin Qinqing in a triangular formation, surrounding him. Lin Yi's consciousness whirlpool had already surpassed the Tai Shi primordial spirit in terms of power. It had just formed, and it had a huge tearing effect on Yin Qinqing's primordial spirit. Yin Qinqing was caught off guard and suffered a huge loss. As he screamed, his body shook violently. His attack just now had completely missed. Xan'ijia and Hong Zijuan broke out in a cold sweat. They instinctively wanted to stand in front of Lin Yi to protect him. However, Lin Yi did not even blink and easily resolved Yin Qinqing's attack. The two were amazed. The reason why Lin Yi didn't use the soul hook hand was because he wanted to find out what was going on. Why did this Yin Qinqing think he was Lin Yi and attack him the moment he saw him? Don't be nervous. He's just a cultivator at the peak of the late nascent soul realm. It's no big deal. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said to Xan'ijia and Hong Zijuan nonchalantly. The consciousness whirlpool was a continuous attack that directly affected the primordial spirit. Lin Yi estimated that in a few breaths' time, Yin Qinqing would completely lose the ability to resist. His primordial spirit would also weaken. As for Lin Yi's questioning, his ability to resist would naturally be at its lowest. However, what surprised Lin Yi was that Yin Qinqing only screamed at the beginning. Then, there was a black light that flashed across his body, and the 3 consciousness whirlpools that Lin Yi sent out disappeared. "Junior, you really have some skills. No wonder my good grandson died in your hands." Yin Qinqing panted heavily a few times, then stared coldly at Lin Yi and said, from the alertness in his eyes, it could be seen that Yin Qinqing was quite fearful of Lin Yi's methods. However, Yin Qinqing didn't expect that Lin Yi was also very shocked. Although the consciousness whirlpool was only a small trick, it was the first time that Lin Yi used it after completely mastering it. How could it fail just like that? Previously, when he was only at the small success level, he could already use it to easily suppress the sea crab. In particular, the black light that flashed across Yin Qinqing's body made Lin even more fearful. This was because even Lin Yi's consciousness could not capture the shape of that black light. If he forcefully approached it, he felt like his consciousness was being melted. This made Lin Yi suspect that if he used the soul hook palm, would it be the same? "Old man, who's your grandson?" If he's some nameless person, then there's no need to say anything. Lin Yi said calmly. Even though he was fearful, he would never let this old man know. Yin Chenxing snorted and said, "Do you still want to quibble? No matter what you say, this old man's grandson died in your hands. That is definitely not wrong." "Hee hee, there are too many trash that have died in my hands. Who knows which pile of trash your grandson is?" Lin Yi casually said, but in his heart, he was analyzing the meaning behind Yin Chenxing's words. It seemed like this evil warding sect had some kind of evil method to know who their disciples died to. As expected, Yin Chenxing immediately answered Lin Yi's question. "Junior, don't you know our evil warding sect's blood soul mark? Since you dared to kill this old man's grandson, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will not be able to escape the blood soul mark. If this old man didn't just come out of seclusion, you wouldn't be able to live for so long." Lin Yi suddenly understood. So this was what was going on. It seemed like this blood soul curse would leave a blood soul mark on the killer when the evil warding sect's disciple died. This would lead the sect to the killer. However, this method should only be used by a small number of disciples. Otherwise, Yin Chenxing would not only say that Lin Yi killed his grandson. Chapter 5502. No, Lin Yi suddenly realized that his thinking was too simple. This blood soul imprint was most likely directly imprinted on his primordial spirit. Otherwise, with Lin Yi's current primordial spirit state, how could there be any imprint left? Not only that, Lin Yi had checked many times and didn't find anything wrong with the soul. Clearly, this blood soul mark was very well hidden. Even with Lin Yi's powerful soul, he couldn't find it. "I don't know about the blood soul mark. If it's your evil warding sect, isn't it famous for the evil warding sword skill? Your grandson was adopted, right?" Lin Yi thought quickly, but he was just talking nonsense. However, Yin Chenxing probably didn't know what the evil warding sword skill was. Otherwise, he would definitely be furious. Evil warding sword skill? Is it very strong? Junior, don't even think about changing the topic. My grandson is naturally my biological son. Today, I will make you accompany my grandson in death." Yin Chenxing roared and prepared to attack again. Although he was a bit afraid of Lin Yi's methods, Yin Chenxing also understood that Lin Yi was only a soul and used a soul attack. Against any sect, this was enough to be invincible. However, their evil warding sect was a sect that specialized in dealing with souls. Taking a closer look, wasn't Lin Yi's Yuan Shun the best nourishment for him? Yin Chenxing originally wanted to take revenge for his grandson, Yin Jiping, but now he realized that taking down Lin Yi was also very beneficial to him. This time, Yin Chenxing went into seclusion in order to break through to the peak of nascent soul. Unfortunately, he failed at the last moment. After he came out, he discovered that his grandson was dead and that the blood soul mark was moving at high speed. He immediately chased after him without a care for anything else. Unexpectedly, he discovered that while he was taking revenge for his grandson, he might also obtain an opportunity to break through. What could be better than this? Yin Chenxing raised his right hand, and the palm-sized piece of black wood in his hand suddenly expanded. It turned into a 1.5-meter long wooden staff. There was also a layer of faint black light on the staff. This made Lin Yi very wary. What exactly was this black light? Lin Yi's expression was extremely grave. The warning from the jade indicated that Yin Chenxing's wooden staff, or rather, the black light on the staff, was a dangerous item that could harm Lin. It wasn't just his primordial spirit. If Lin Yi transformed into a primordial spirit, he would probably suffer the same fate. Moreover, at this point, Lin Yi could basically conclude that even if he used his ultimate weapon, the soul-reaping hand, he would most likely not be able to pose a threat to Yin Chenxing. "Martial granduncle, be careful." Xanijia was caught off guard the first time, but now he was on full alert. Seeing Yin Chenxing attack again, he yelled and rushed forward with his sword. Although he had just reached the nascent soul realm, Lin Yi was someone he truly respected and acknowledged. No matter what, he couldn't just watch Lin Yi get attacked. Hong Zijuan clenched his teeth and attacked as well. Although his strength was nothing in front of Yin Chenxing, there was no way he could back down now. Two streaks of sword light intertwined from the left and right, trying to stop Yin Chenxing's black wooden staff. However, before the two sides even intersected, Hong Zijuan's sword light was completely disrupted. He grunted and flew backwards. In front of Yin Qinqing, who was at the peak of the late stage of the nascent soul realm, Hong Zijuan didn't even have the right to attack. Exan Ijia, on the other hand, only managed to hold on for a second longer before he involuntarily took a few steps back. Lin Yi's face was as dark as water. He yelled, "Back off." Then he activated the soul hook palm. Although Lin Yi felt that the chances of success were not high, he still had to try. The result was as expected. The soul hook palm failed for the first time. Yin Qinqing's primordial spirit did not move at all. After the previous whirlpool, Yin Qinqing seemed to have strengthened his defense. When Lin Yi's soul hook palm landed, Yin Qinqing's body flashed with black light again. The soul hook palm was like a balloon landing on a nail, completely dispersing. "Ha! Junior, your divine sense attack method is ineffective against this old man." Yin Qinqing laughed proudly, but in his heart he was secretly shocked. This junior was indeed powerful. Even though he had prepared with all his strength, his movements had still been hindered by this attack. His own attack had also been interrupted. If he had not been prepared, he would have suffered greatly. Lin Yi snorted coldly and did not reply. Instead, he put his hands together and did three things at once. At the same time, he condensed his True Qi Pill Fire, and Divine Sense Pill Fire together. On the way back to the Green Cloud sect, Lin Yi had thought about this when he had nothing to do. Since the Divine Sense Pill Fire could not be used for alchemy, then he would use it to make alchemy bombs. The original True Qi Pill Fire was already very powerful, but it required too much time. It could not be used as a conventional weapon. However, after adding the Divine Sense Pill Fire, Lin Yi found that the speed of condensing was much faster. In other words, the power of the condensed alchemy bombs was much stronger. This much was more than 10 times, and it would increase as time passed. Yin Qinqing's attack was interrupted by the soul hook palm, but it only paused for a moment. Then he once again handed the black wooden staff to Lin Yi. There was only a short moment left for Lin Yi. The 3-in-1 True Qi Pill Fire Bomb naturally could not be condensed slowly. Lin Yi tapped his feet lightly, and as his body flew back, he threw the small alchemy bomb in his palm. This was the first time the 3-in-1 alchemy bomb was used in actual combat. Lin Yi did not know what the result would be, so he did not have high hopes. He just wanted to block Yin Qinqing's black wooden staff and buy more time for himself. However, what surprised Lin Yi was that when this small alchemy bomb met the tip of the black wooden staff with lightning speed, it completely exploded. This was a directional explosion. All the explosive power was concentrated in the direction of the black wooden staff, which was Yin Qinqing's body. "What is this?" Yin Qinqing was shocked. His black wooden staff had a shocking heat and destructive power. If not for the protection of the True Qi on the black wooden staff, the black wooden staff might have been incinerated. Furthermore, the flames that erupted along the black wooden staff made Yin Qinqing feel slightly uneasy. He could only use all his strength to retreat, and at the same time, use all his strength to resist. In the end, he did not suffer too much damage. He just looked a little haggard. Lin Yi retreated 7 or 8 steps before stopping. He thought to himself that he was lucky. Chapter 5503. Fortunately, with the addition of the Divine Sense Alchemic Fire, Lin Yi was able to exert a little influence on the alchemic fire bomb. It formed a directional explosion and gathered all the power together to force Yin Qinqing back. If this alchemic fire bomb was a little bigger, Lin Yi might not be able to control it. In other words, a more powerful alchemic fire bomb might not have the same effect. It might even hurt him. "Grandmaster, are you okay?" Although Exan Ijia was pushed back, he was not injured. After he stabilized himself, he immediately came to Lin Yi's side and asked with concern. Lin Yi did not bother to look at Exan Ijia. He stared at Yin Qinqing and said, "You and Hong Zijuan leave immediately. Otherwise, you will distract me." "Yes, Grand Master." Exan Ijia hesitated for a while but immediately nodded in agreement. This was also because he had confidence in Lin Yi. He felt that he would only be a burden if he stayed. "You have to be careful. If you really can't do it, retreat into the sect." After saying that, Exan Ijia quickly retreated into the Green Cloud sect with Hong Zijuan. Then, he watched the situation on Lin Yi's side from afar. Junior, you do have some tricks up your sleeve. I really underestimated you. In that case, to show my respect, I will be more serious. Yin Chenqing's face was ferocious. He had lost to Lin Yi time and time again. Yin Chenqing was obviously angry. Lin Yi laughed. Just get serious and die faster. You're already so old, and I've shown you mercy a few times already. You still have the nerve to talk nonsense in front of me. Both of them were not willing to be at a disadvantage in their words. They were also secretly accumulating power. Lin Yi could only rely on this 3-in-1 super alchemic firebomb. Although it was not easy to control the bigger it was, if he wanted to kill Yin Chenqing, he could only desperately increase its power. Of course, Lin Yi still had a trump card, the 5 elements murderous aura. However, with his primordial spirit's great perfection foundation establishment ability, it was hard to say if the 5 elements murderous aura could cause fatal damage to Yin Chenqing. Junior, do you only know how to talk? Hurry up and accept your death. Yin Chenqing sneered. Then he waved his right sleeve, creating a powerful suction force. This was the evil warding sex cultivation technique that targeted the soul. Previously, Yin Chenqing had indeed underestimated Lin. Even though he suffered some losses in Lin Yi's hands, he still didn't take him seriously. Only now did Yin Chenqing finally show his true power. Although Lin Yi already knew that the evil warding sect was going to fight, he still couldn't defend himself. His Yuan Shen didn't have much resistance against Yin Chenqing, who was at the peak of late-stage nascent soul realm. However, Lin Yi didn't panic. The 3-in-1 pill firebomb couldn't hit anyone if it was far away. Since Yin Chenqing came to him, Lin Yi didn't mind giving him a big gift. When he was 3 meters away, Lin Yi threw the 3-in-1 pill firebomb. With the inertia of the pulling force and Lin Yi's own power, the 3-in-1 pill firebomb instantly appeared in front of Yin Chenqing. Yin Chenqing had a mocking smile. Do you think I will fall for the same thing again? As he spoke, the pulling force in Yin Chenqing's sleeve suddenly reversed and became a powerful repulsive force that pushed Lin Yi and the 3-in-1 pill firebomb away. If the 3-in-1 pill firebomb didn't have the spiritual sense pill fire, then perhaps this cultivation method that targeted the Yuan Shen wouldn't be able to affect it. However, with the spiritual sense pill fire, whether it was the pulling force or the repulsive force, it was no different from Lin Yi's Yuan Shen. Yin Chenqing had already noticed that Lin Yi was forming the 3-in-1 pill firebomb. Yin Chenqing was indeed guarding against this move from Lin Yi. He pulled Lin Yi's Yuan Shen over so that Lin Yi would fall into the trap. The truth was that this plan went very smoothly. Of course, this was Yin Chenqing's idea. A mocking smile appeared on Lin Yi's face as he said faintly, I think you'll really suffer a second time. As he spoke, the 3-in-1 pill firebomb exploded. This time, although Lin Yi couldn't control the direction of the explosion, he could control the time of the explosion. Since he had already seen this move from the evil warding sect, how could Lin Yi not have a countermeasure? It would be best if he could send the bomb over smoothly. If that didn't work, he could just detonate it when he got close. Now, he was going to detonate it. While Yin Chenqing used the repulsive force to send Lin Yi away, Lin Yi also retreated with all his might. He flew out of the range of the pill firebomb with lightning speed. Unfortunately, the power this time was a little weaker. Although there was a huge pit in the ground, Yin Chenqing managed to escape from the edge of the pit at the last moment. Ah, damn Junior! I will definitely cut you into pieces. Yin Chenqing was really mad. He thought that everything was under his control, but who knew that it wasn't the case at all. Every step he took seemed to have been calculated by Lin Yi. Casually extinguishing the sparks on his clothes and hair, Yin Chenqing shook his left sleeve, and the 3 blood-colored wolves expanded in the wind. When they came out of his sleeve, they were only the size of 3 fingernails, but when they landed on the ground, they were as thick as calves. Blood spirit wolves. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, and his expression became serious. When he had just arrived in the mortal world, he had seen the blood spirit cats of the evil warding sect. He knew that these vicious creatures specialized in dealing with the Yuan spirit. Although Lin Yi also had a pill fire that could restrain them, the problem was that there was Yin Chenqing next to him. Furthermore, these 3 blood spirit wolves were not something the 2 brats blood spirit cats could compare to. At least you know your stuff. Dying to the mouths of this old man's blood spirit wolves isn't an injustice. Yin Chinching sneered. Then he commanded the 3 blood spirit wolves to attack together, and he once again used the Yuan spirit pulling technique to restrict Lin Yi's mobility. With a thought, Lin Yi produced 3 divine sense pillfires, which went to meet the 3 blood spirit wolves. However, these 3 blood spirit wolves were indeed not ordinary. They advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, and their speed was as fast as lightning. They easily dodged the attack of Lin Yi's pillfire. Seeing Yin Chinching's sinister old face getting closer and closer, and this old man even raised the black wooden staff in his hand, Lin Yi's expression was calm. The 5 elemental killing aura turned into a flood dragon that roared and charged at Yin Chinching. At such a close distance, and with Yin Chinching actively pulling Lin Yi over, he never thought that he would suddenly be attacked by Lin. Chapter 5504. The most important thing was that Lin Yi had used the core firebomb twice, which made Yin Chinching think that it was Lin Yi's strongest attack. Since Lin Yi had just used a core firebomb, it was obvious that he was at his weakest. Therefore, he was hit by Lin Yi's 5 elements killing aura. At the same time, after the 3 blood spirit wolves avoided Lin Yi's core firebomb, they pounced at Lin Yi from different angles. They opened their mouths and bit at Lin Yi's primordial spirit. Lin Yi did not care about these 3 blood spirit wolves at all. He did not care if the 3 core fires could stop these blood spirit wolves, because he was a primordial spirit. That's right, primordial spirits were the best food for blood spirit wolves, but Lin Yi's primordial spirit was different. He had learned how to condense the core firebomb. Now, as long as Lin Yi wanted to, his entire primordial spirit could turn into a ball of core fire at any time. Therefore, these 3 blood spirit wolves were destined to have 3 tragedies. When they bit Lin Yi's body surged with core fire. This was definitely the natural enemy of primordial spirits like the blood spirit wolves, and it was the most invincible kind of natural enemy. They did not even have time to howl before the 3 blood spirit wolves were completely annihilated. Yin Chinching spat out a mouthful of blood. He had already been injured quite badly by the killing intent of the 5 elements because he had been caught off guard. Now that the 3 blood spirit wolves had been killed, his injuries were even worse. Even his spirit was instantly weakened. Old man, are you serious? Do you want to die faster? What a waste of time. Lin Yi continued to mock Yin Chinching, but his hands did not stop. The frenzied fire 8 trigrams palm landed on Yin Chinching's face. It was a pity that the strength of Lin Yi's primordial spirit was only at the peak of the foundation stage. If he was facing a peak of the late Jedon stage, whether it was the murderous spirit of the 5 elements or the raging fire 8 trigrams palm, it could pose a fatal threat. But now he was facing a cultivator at the peak of the late Yuanying stage. The power of these killing moves seemed too weak. If it wasn't for the backlash from the blood spirit wolf that caused Yin Chinching to become temporarily stiff, Lin Yi wouldn't have been able to use the frenzy 8 trigram palm on his face so easily. Although it couldn't kill Yin Chinching, it still made him dizzy. Divine Knowledge Whirlpool. Lin Yi did not give up and used the Divine Knowledge Whirlpool again. To deal with an enemy at the Yuanying stage, he still had to rely on his divine knowledge. It was a pity that the black light on Yin Chinching's body once again cancelled out the Divine Knowledge Whirlpool. Lin Yi did not know whether it was Yin Chinching's technique or some defensive treasure. Yin Chinching's body was cold and he was extremely afraid. Lin Yi clearly only had the strength of the peak of the foundation stage, but from start to finish, whether it was fighting or scheming, he restrained Yin Chinching completely. Now, he easily killed 3 blood spirit wolves and made Yin Chinching spit out blood. If Yin Chinching was not afraid, then he was really stupid. After the backlash from the blood spirit wolf was over, Yin Chinching did not say anything and turned to leave. Although Lin Yi's attack did not cause any fatal damage, Yin Chinching did not know if Lin Yi had any other tricks up his sleeves. Facing Lin Yi's endless attacks, Yin Chinching felt that he had no chance of winning. Especially the Dan fire bomb from before, it could definitely threaten Yin Chinching's life. It was better to leave while he still had the ability to. Old man Yin, are you serious? Do you want to die faster? Why are you leaving just like that? Lin Yi shouted, but he was helpless. Yin Chenqing was the only person that Lin Yi couldn't do anything to after coming to the immemorial small underworld. Due to the difference in levels, Yin Chenqing's martial arts could not kill him, and his divine sense attacks were completely nullified by something on Yin Chenqing's body. This really gave Lin Yi a headache. "Junior, wait and see. I will definitely come back. Don't forget that you still have the blood soul mark on you." Yin Chenqing jumped onto his four-winged black eagle and flew into the sky. After he felt safe, he said something that was not very harsh and left the Green Cloud sect in a hurry. Seeing Yin Chenqing turn into a black dot and fly away again, Lin Yi's eyes slowly turned cold. This sect of warding off evil was really strange. If he could not think of a way, Lin Yi would be quite passive. Not only would the Green Cloud sect be in trouble during the immemorial grand meeting, when the center appeared, if the sect of warding off evil joined forces with the center, Lin Yi's advantage would be gone, and the entire immemorial small underworld would completely collapse. Perhaps, it is time to create more peak nascent soul cultivators. Lin Yi murmured. Currently, it seemed like this was the only way. Yin Chenqing was not afraid of divine sense attacks, but he was afraid of physical attacks. Lin Yi's primordial spirit was restrained by Yin Chenqing, but if it was Bing Wuqing, it would not be difficult to beat Yin Chenqing up, right? Fortunately, Lin did not lack nascent soul golden pills. As long as he reached the nascent soul stage, he could use elixirs to create a nascent soul perfected expert. However, it seemed like the only people that Lin Yi could trust now were Bing Wuqing and Xan Yijia. Yi Qingqing and Chu Yuntian were still lacking. Another point was that Lin Yi really had to think carefully about how to break through the limit of foundation perfected. If Lin Yi was a primordial spirit of golden core perfected, the 5 elements killing aura would be enough to deal with Yin Chenqing. "Granduncle, are you all right?" Seeing Yin Chenqing retreat, Xan Yijia quickly came to Lin Yi and asked with concern. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "Of course I'm all right. Didn't you see that old man Yin Chenqing was the one who lost?" "Indeed. As expected, Granduncle is much more powerful. I was ready to activate the Green Cloud Sword formation, but I didn't expect Granduncle to defeat Yin Chenqing in just a few moves." Xan Yijia said excitedly. The Green Cloud Sword formation was the protective formation of the Green Cloud sect in the North Island. It required all the disciples to participate in it, and it could only be activated when the enemy attacked the sect. Therefore, Xan Yijia told Lin Yi to hurry back to the sect if he could not win. However, he didn't expect Lin Yi to be so ferocious and defeat Yin Chenqing in just a few moves. Even Xan Yijia, who was a hardcore supporter of Lin Yi, felt that it would be great if he could not defeat Yin Chenqing in the beginning. Lin Yi smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew the truth best. On the surface, it seemed that he had defeated Yin Chenqing easily, but in fact, Lin Yi had used all his strength. Even so, Yin Chenqing retreated without any serious injuries. Speaking of which, this was quite a failure. Chapter 5505. Let's not talk about this anymore. The Archean Grand Meeting is about to begin. Are you ready? When are you leaving? Lin Yi waved his hand and skipped the topic of Yin Chenqing. Instead, he asked about the Archean Grand Meeting. After the Archean Grand Meeting, Lin Yi might not have the time to return to the Green Cloud sect in the North Island. The Green Cloud sect was a big threat that had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Therefore, before leaving, Lin Yi had to settle the sect's affairs. Xan Yijia replied respectfully, "Granduncle, we were originally scheduled to depart 3 days later. Now that you're back, it's up to you. Because the preliminary preparations are done, there's no problem for us to depart immediately." Xan Yijia replied respectfully. Lin Yi was quite satisfied with Xan Yijia's ability to handle affairs. He nodded with a smile and said, "Very well, but we don't have to rush. Let's follow the scheduled itinerary. Let's have a private chat later." "Granduncle." Xan Yijia did not have any doubts. Anyway, if Lin Yi looked for him alone, it would most likely be a good thing. The remaining possibility was that Lin Yi would ask him to do some secret things, and he would get some benefits in the end. Lin Yi said no more. Accompanied by Xan Yijia and Hong Zijuan, they returned to the residence that Xan Yijia had prepared for Lin. Then, Hong Zijuan left tactfully. "Sit down and talk." Lin Yi pointed at the chair casually and asked Xen to sit down. Then he sat on the seat of honor. Xen thanked him respectfully and sat down immediately. However, his posture was not casual at all. He only put half of his buttocks on one side and maintained the posture of getting up at any time. You don't have to be nervous. The Green Cloud sect has developed quite well under your management. It seems that you're a qualified sect leader. I didn't misjudge you. Lin Yi praised Xen, which made Xen very excited. Thank you for your compliment, Grandmaster. I haven't done enough. I'll work harder to contribute to the development of Green Cloud sect in the future. Xen stood up immediately, bowed and cupped his fists to show his determination. Lin Yi was also helpless. With his current status in Green Cloud sect in the North Island, it was not a problem for Xen to be so cautious. However, Lin Yi himself was not used to it. Sit down and talk. Lin Yi raised his hand and pressed it down. Then he felt that there was no need for him to say anything more. He directly took out 6 nascent soul golden elixirs and handed them to Xen, saying, "These nascent soul golden elixirs are yours. You should take advantage of these days to improve your strength. When the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting comes, you'll have more strength and continue to improve the ranking of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island." 6 nascent soul stage golden cores? Xen was really shocked. He expected that he might get some benefits from Lin Yi, but he didn't expect it to be such a huge benefit. 6 nascent soul golden elixirs were enough to raise his strength to nascent soul full cycle, and there wouldn't be any problems. After all, the golden elixirs that Lin Yi took out were all of the highest quality. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "You're the leader of Green Cloud sect. You can't be weaker than that old man just now. If everything goes well, you'll be able to take revenge on him at the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting." "Thank you for your guidance, Grand Master." Xen then woke up from his excitement and quickly bowed to Lin Yi to express his gratitude. As for people like Yin Chinching, Xen was full of confidence now. Just now, he was defeated by Yin Chinching and failed to protect Lin Yi, which made Xen very upset. He didn't expect to have the chance to hold his head high so soon. If they were at the same level, Xen was confident that he wouldn't lose to Yin Chinching. After all, the most powerful skill of the Evil Warding sect was the evil skill that targeted the primordial spirit, while the skills of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island had always been upright. They weren't afraid of opponents like the Evil Warding sect. Moreover, Lin Yi directly took out 6 nascent soul golden cores. When Xen reached the full completion of nascent soul, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill Yin Chinching in a second. You should also pay attention to yourself. Don't be too impatient to improve. Take it step by step, steadily and surely. Lin Yi thought for a while and still reminded Xen. After all, Xen's talent was far from that of a genius like Bing Wuqing. After breaking through a level, if one continued to take nascent soul golden cores to break through without properly stabilizing it, although one could still level up successfully, it would overdraft one's future potential. Unless Xen was as talented as Bing Wuqing or Leng Leng, Lin didn't recommend him to break through continuously. Xen said gratefully, "Thank you for your advice, Grandmaster. I understand. Don't worry, I'll definitely take nascent soul golden cores to break through after breaking through and stabilizing my strength. I understand the saying, haste makes waste." "That's great. For the remaining 3 days, you can hand over the sect's affairs to Hong Zijuan. Go into closed-door cultivation and see what kind of breakthrough you can achieve. When the time comes, let everyone see that the head of the Green Cloud sect in the North Island is an expert who doesn't lose to anyone." Lin Yi encouraged Xen for a while and sent him back to closed-door cultivation. After Xen left, Lin Yi started to recall the process of the battle with Yin Chinching. Since he couldn't defeat Yin Chinching this time, he had to learn from the experience. In this way, he would have a greater chance of winning in the next battle. After thinking about it carefully, Lin Yi couldn't help but slap his thigh. He thought to himself that he was so stupid. He clearly had that trick, but why didn't he think of it before? If he had used that trick, the battle wouldn't have been so difficult. He might have killed Yin Chinching instantly. He had to try it the next time he met him. Xianijia didn't ask for Lin Yi's help when he was in closed-door cultivation. Now that he had nothing to do, Lin Yi started cultivating again. He wanted to get rid of those malignant tumors of the divine sense as soon as possible so that they wouldn't explode like a bomb at any time. 3 days passed in a flash. Xianijia and Lin Yi came out of closed-door cultivation at the same time, ready to go to the primordial mountains where the primordial grand meeting was held. Grand Master, the disciples are ready. We can go now. Xianijia came to Lin Yi's door early in the morning and said respectfully, "Let's go then." Lin Yi came out and nodded to Xianijia. He looked at Xianijia and said, "Not bad. You're already at the peak of the middle stage of nascent soul realm. Although it's still a little fast, your aura is very stable. There aren't any side effects of breaking through too quickly. It's all thanks to Grand Master's training." Xianijia bowed even more respectfully. His face was full of gratitude. A year ago, he was just a cultivator in the early stage of Gold Core realm. He brought a group of little guys to the secular world to gain experience. If he hadn't met Lin Yi, he probably wouldn't have made much progress now. Chapter 5506. But now, the peak of the intermediate stage of the original level. In less than a few days, he would reach the peak of the original level and stand at the peak of the archaic underworld. All of this was like a dream. It was hard to believe. However, Xianijia had experienced all of this. All of this was brought to him by Lin. Lin Yi smiled. "Without your hard work, you wouldn't be who you are today. All right, let's go. When we arrive at the archaic mountains, you can continue to break through. Along the way, don't consume the golden elixir of the original level. Focus on stabilizing your strength." Actually, Lin Yi already had a way to deal with Yin Qinqing. He didn't care if Xianijia could defeat Yin Qinqing. However, the central forces of the archaic underworld were getting stronger and stronger. It was necessary for Xianijia to reach the peak of the original level as soon as possible. The disciples who followed Lin Yi and Xianijia to the archaic grand meeting were all ready. When Lin Yi and Xianijia arrived, they got on their flying spiritual beasts and flew into the sky. Hong Zijuan didn't follow them. He stayed to guard the sect. After all, he was once a sect leader. He could rest assured if he stayed at home. The archaic mountains was located at the core of the archaic underworld. The natural treasures provided for more than 80% of the needs of the archaic underworld. To all the sects and clans in the archaic underworld, this was a sacred place for cultivation. However, there wasn't a single sect or clan in the archaic mountains. It wasn't that nobody wanted to occupy this treasury. It was that all the sects and clans in the archaic underworld wouldn't allow anyone to occupy the archaic mountains alone. Otherwise, they would attack together. After all, whoever occupied the archaic mountains was equivalent to grabbing the lifeline of the entire archaic underworld. Therefore, the town of ruins in the archaic mountains was usually uninhabited. It was like a ruin. Only when the archaic grand meeting was held would it be like a bustling city. The archaic grand meeting was initiated by the 4 sects and clans. "Grand Master, you know the 4 sects and clans, right?" Xianijia followed beside Lin Yi and slowly walked into the ruined town. He began to introduce the primeval convention to Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded his head and said, "I've heard a little about it. As the times change, powerful sects will weaken, and weak clans will rise. The current 4 great sects and clans should be the Qingkuan sect, the 5 Elements sect, the Heaven Awakening faction, and the Shangguan clan, right?" "That's right. Right now, the 4 great sects and clans occupy the 4 directions of the primordial mountain range. Although they don't have the intention of monopolizing the primordial mountain range, everyone knows that the closer one is to the primordial mountain range, the more benefits one can obtain. If there are no unforeseen events, it is very difficult for the 4 great sects and clans to change their positions." Xianijia wanted the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island to be one of the top 4 sections. Even if the headquarters of the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island were not moved here, they should at least set up a branch near the primordial mountains. From Xianijia's point of view, this was definitely not an impossible goal. On the contrary, it was the best opportunity for the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, because the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island had Lin Although Lin Yi did not say it clearly, Xanijie was not stupid. Xanijie might have believed that Lin Yi was the primordial spirit left by a senior of the sect in the primordial era. But as time went by, Xanijie was 100% sure that Lin Yi was not from the small Jianghu of the primordial era. However, the relationship between Lin Yi and the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island must be true. Because of this, Xanijie privately guessed that Lin Yi would not stay in the small Jianghu of the primordial era. This might be the only chance for him to rely on Lin Yi. As long as the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island could be promoted to the top 4, Xanijie would also be at the peak of the nascent soul realm. The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect would also have a complete set of cultivation methods and cultivation resources, and the Blue Cloud sect would really usher in the opportunity to take off. After hearing Xanijie's words, Lin Yi could not help but nod secretly. The so-called change was just like the Thousand Blades sect where the invincible primordial era was. At that time, the Thousand Blades sect was in the limelight because of the invincible primordial era. However, after the invincible primordial era left, the Thousand Blades sect quickly declined. Now, it did not even have a place in the top 10 families. Thinking of the invincible primordial era, Lin Yi thought of Ling Tianyu. He did not know what would happen after he and the invincible primordial era returned. Would they revive the Thousand Blades sect? Or would they continue to be depressed? I've heard about the 4 major sects and families. Who are the top 10 families? Lin Yi asked casually. He knew that the Blue Cloud sect was one of the top 10 families. There were also Bing Wuqing's Snow Sword sect and Duan Muyu's Leaf Spirit sect. He was not very clear about the others. Xanijie was not surprised that Lin Yi did not know. He immediately replied respectfully, in addition to our Blue Cloud sect in the North Island, among the top 10 families, there are Rising Sky sect, Snow Sword sect, Leaf Spirit sect, Evil Warding sect, Inyun sect, Six Directions sect, Xuanyu sect, Everyday and Everyday sect, and Okuda family. Originally, the strength of the top 10 families and sects was about the same. But recently, there has been a big change in the archaic underworld. Maybe there will be a large-scale change in the archaic grand meeting this time. One of the people who caused such a big change in the archaic underworld was Lin Yi, who was always by Xanijie's side. Xanijie naturally knew about it, but he would not say it directly. Lin Yi nodded. Among the top 10 families, there were some familiar names, but there were also some unfamiliar ones. He did not know whether it was because of the decline of the Heavenly Island, or because these unfamiliar sects had risen after the rise of the archaic underworld. However, the Okuda family caught Lin Yi's attention. They should be of the same lineage as the Okuda family on the Heavenly Island. Thinking that he was the honorary vice-captain of the Okuda Dam warship, Lin Yi felt a sense of familiarity with the Okuda family. As for the Shangguan family, which was one of the 4 big families, Lin Yi had guessed that they might be related to Shanghai Tianhua by blood. After all, the most famous Shangguan on the Heavenly Island was the Shangguan family. Martial uncle, apart from the top 10 families and sects, there are also some powerful families and sects that have a high chance of being ranked in the top 10 families. For example, the Chu family you mentioned, the Xuanji sect which is on the same side as our Blue Cloud sect, the Thousand Blades sect which used to be glorious, the Tyrant Blade sect which is quite powerful now, and so on. Xanijie's explanation was very detailed. After listening to it, Lin Yi had a general idea of the powers of the archaic underworld. While talking, the 2 of them had brought their disciples to the inn in Ruin Town. This was a place that would only be open for business during the archaic grand festival, so the decorations were quite luxurious. In fact, half of the entire Ruin Town belonged to this inn. That's right, the name of this inn was One Inn. Chapter 5507. You could interpret the name of the inn as meaning that once you entered it, you would be a family. You could also interpret it as meaning that there was only one inn in all of Ruin Town. None of that mattered. In any case, as long as you had enough spirit jades, One Inn would definitely be able to provide you with a place to stay. Of course, the 4 big and 10 small sects and clans all had their own independent courtyards prepared in an inn. After all, the main characters of the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting were the 4 big and 10 small sects and clans. This kind of honor was a must. The registration was naturally done by the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. Xan Ijie, the new sect leader, and Lin Yi were personally accompanied by the innkeeper of an inn. They came to the independent courtyard with the flag of the Blue Cloud sect. Looking at the size of the courtyard, it could accommodate about 100 people. It was luxurious. Lin Yi took a look. On the left of the Blue Cloud sect was the flag of the Soaring Sky sect. On the right was the flag of the Snow Sword sect, and 1 yard further away was the flag of the Yiling sect. They were all sects that had a good relationship with the Blue Cloud sect. Of course, the Snow Sword sect and the Blue Cloud sect did not have a good relationship. It was mainly after the appearance of Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing reached the nascent Soul Realm that she went to the Blue Cloud sect to pay a visit to Lin Yi. This made the relationship between the Snow Sword sect and the Blue Cloud sect seem to be much more harmonious. From this arrangement, it could be seen that the inn at least did a good job in gathering information. Otherwise, if they arranged hostile sects together, there might be a melodramatic plot of climbing over the wall and assassinating people at night. It seems that we are quite early. The neighbors on the left and right are not here yet. Lin Yi scanned with his divine sense and found that these courtyards were all empty, so he said to Xen Ijie with a smile. Xen Ijie replied with a smile, "I was a little impatient. Does Grand Master want to see Bing Wuqing of the Snow Sword sect?" Lin Yi laughed and said, "I was just saying." The innkeeper said with a smile, "Sect leader Xin is just a little early. How is this impatient? I guess the other sects and clans will be here in a few hours. After all, the opening of the Archaeozoic meeting is just around the corner. Those sects and clans that want to enter the 10 small sects have already arrived a few days ago. Actually, it doesn't matter if it's early or not. Without strength, it's useless no matter how early you come." Xan Ijie chatted with the shopkeeper for a while and let him go back. The shopkeeper was a busy man. It was good that he accompanied him. After all, Jadian was not the only Big 4 and 10 young. There were many others who were qualified to be accompanied by him. Lin Yi asked Xen Ijie to settle the disciples he brought here, and then he brought Xen Ijie out for a walk. Although half of the entire ruined town was an inn, the other half occupied a considerable amount of land. There were restaurants and tea houses, but most of them were temporary shops. There was naturally no lack of opportunities to trade heavenly materials and earthly treasures during every primeval grand meeting. Therefore, more than 80% of the ruined town was filled with various small shops, or rather, stalls. 70 to 80% of them were opened by individuals, and only 20 to 30% were businesses of sects, clans, or merchant clans. They were used to sell and purchase various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Lin Yi had deeply experienced the difference between the ancient small underworld and the Heaven Stage Island. Therefore, he wanted to see if there was anything he needed. Unfortunately, after walking around, he did not find anything valuable. Of course, this was from Lin Yi's perspective. Nowadays, there were very few treasures that could catch his eye. Naturally, it was unlikely that they would be taken out to be sold on such an occasion. No matter what, they should be held in an auction to match the value of the treasures. "Is there nothing that catches your eye, Martial Uncle?" Xan Ijie saw that Lin Yi was a little dispirited, so he asked with a smile. Lin Yi said faintly, "It's not that there is nothing good, it's just that they are useless. It seems that it's not easy for real treasures to appear in the Archaeozoic meeting." Hee. In fact, the Archaeozoic meeting hasn't really started yet. Of course, Martial Uncle won't be interested in those that come out now. When the Archaeozoic meeting officially starts, I think there will be more good things. Moreover, at that time, the 4 big and 10 small sects and clans, including those who are qualified to challenge the 10 small sects and clans, will organize a barter exchange in private. If Martial Uncle is interested, you can go and have a look at it at that time. Although Xen Ijie's strength was not high, he knew a lot about the Archaeozoic meeting. At this time, his words were clear and logical. Lin Yi's eyes lit up and said, "This is good news. I hope it won't disappoint me. I'm afraid that Martial Uncle is too picky and doesn't like the treasures of the various sects and clans." Xen Ijie said with a smile. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, he pointed at the restaurant by the road and said, "Martial Uncle, why don't we have dinner here?" When Lin Yi was about to nod in agreement, his expression suddenly changed slightly. He said with a smile, "Forget it, I don't feel like eating. You can go back first. Cultivate and make a breakthrough today, then we will have a higher chance in the Archaeozoic meeting." Xianijie naturally would not object to what Lin Yi said. On the way to the Archaeozoic mountains, he had taken the opportunity to stabilize his realm. It was true that he could take another golden elixir of nascent soul to make a breakthrough to the late stage of nascent soul. "Martial uncle, are you going to walk alone?" Xianijie asked. After getting an affirmative answer from Lin Yi, he bowed respectfully and left. He returned to the Jadian sect to prepare for the breakthrough. After Xianijie left, Lin Yi walked slowly with his hands behind his back. He gradually walked into a remote alley on the side. The sky was getting dark, and there was not a single person in the alley. When Lin Yi walked to the middle of the alley, a person suddenly fell from the sky in front of him and stopped in front of Lin. Behind him, a person followed in the alley where Lin Yi came in and quickly approached Lin. "Young man, I told you that you can't escape. How about it? You didn't expect to see me again so soon, did you?" The person in front of Lin Yi was Yin Qinqing, who came to the Jadian sect to pick a fight. Seeing that Lin Yi was surrounded, he suddenly laughed proudly. The person behind Lin Yi was the head of Bixia sect, Zhao Dan. His strength was also at the peak of the early stage of nascent soul. This time, Bixia sect's team to participate in the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting were led by these two nascent soul masters. Because of the blood soul mark on Lin Yi, Yin Qinqing knew Lin Yi's whereabouts like the back of his hand. Lin Yi chuckled and said calmly, "Yo, isn't this the old man Yin who said that he wanted to die a quick death last time, but in the end he escaped even faster? What's wrong? This time, you've decided to die a quick death? Don't run away halfway again." Lin Yi naturally noticed that these two people were following him. Just now, his divine sense had already seen Yin Qinqing and Zhao Dan sneaking up behind him, so Lin Yi sent Xianijie back first. Chapter 5508. If Lin Yi wasn't able to do anything to Yin Qinqing last time at the Blue Cloud sect, then this time, Lin Yi was completely confident. That was why he decided to beat them at their own game, walking to this remote place and baiting them out. Yin Qinqing smiled sinisterly. "Junior, you are about to die, and you still want to win with words. Last time I was careless. Today, I have evil warding sect's leader, Zhao Xiaodan, to work with me. I don't believe you can play any tricks." Actually, after leaving last time, Yin Qinqing realized that other than that weird pill firebomb, Lin Yi's other attacks were very strong, but they did very little damage to him. If he was injured, he might have already killed Lin Yi. But considering that the archaic meeting was about to start, Yin Qinqing suppressed the thought of going back to find Lin. He wanted to find Zhao Xiaodan to deal with Lin Yi together. From this point, Yin Qinqing subconsciously saw Lin Yi as a very threatening opponent. Although he thought Lin Yi could only scare people, he didn't want to deal with Lin Yi alone. Initially, Zhao Xiaodong wasn't very willing. After all, the immemorial meeting was very important to the evil warding sect. Although Yin Jiping was a disciple of the evil warding sect, Zhao Xiaodong wasn't very interested in avenging Yin Jiping. At least, before the immemorial meeting ended, he wasn't interested at all. However, Yin Qinqing was the supreme elder of the evil warding sect, and he was much stronger than Zhao Xiaodong. Since Yin Qinqing had asked, Zhao Xiaodong had no choice but to help. But seeing that Lin Yi was only at Foundation Establishment realm, Zhao Xiaodan heaved a sigh of relief. With this kind of strength, he was really just here to go through the motions. He was only at the peak of Foundation Establishment, so why would Yin Qinqing need help? Zhao Dan completely ignored this. Lin Yi shrugged. "Tricks? I never play tricks. How do you want to die, old man Yin? Hurry up, I still need to go back for dinner after I'm done admiring." Yin Qinqing saw that Lin Yi had no intention of condensing a pill firebomb, and the fear in his heart lessened. In his view, Lin Yi only had one move that could threaten him. "Junior, since you want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish. It's rare for your primordial spirit body to be so solid. This old man will definitely have a good taste and not waste your good flesh." After Yin Qinqing finished speaking, he shook his right sleeve and a huge suction force pulled Lin Yi over. Lin Yi didn't resist at all. He allowed Yin Qinqing to pull his primordial spirit as he charged at Yin Qinqing like a meteor. Yin Qinqing, on the other hand, was on full alert. After all, Lin Yi had used this move against Yin Qinqing in the Blue Cloud sect. When Yin Qinqing used this move, he felt a lot of pressure. But this time, Lin Yi did not retaliate. No matter how cautious Yin Qinqing was, it was all useless. Lin Yi was pulled over by Yin Qinqing and then swallowed by the dumbfounded Yin Qinqing. Evil Warding Sect's unique secret technique, God swallowing. Of course, this did not mean a deity, but a primordial spirit. Because of this move, Evil Warding Sect's disciples could quickly level up as long as they had enough primordial spirits. Zhao Denyan saw Yin Qinqing swallow Lin Yi in one gulp, and his face turned bitter. You called me over to help, after all. Even though it was just a show, shouldn't you at least get a bite? Just like that? Was it appropriate? Was it appropriate? All right, you're the Supreme Elder. Whether it was appropriate or not, it didn't matter. Supreme Elder, such a weak primordial spirit, do you really need to deal with it? You even asked me to do it. Isn't this making a big deal out of nothing? Zhao Xiaodan was unhappy, so he grumbled a little. However, he didn't dare offend Yin Qinqing too much. After all, Yin Qinqing was a great elder, and his strength wasn't something Zhao Xiaodan could compare to. Yin Qinqing was also stunned and said, "It wasn't like this last time. This junior was clearly very strong, so why was he swallowed by this old man just like that?" To be honest, Yin Qinqing had never thought that he would be able to swallow Lin Yi in one go. Before he attacked, he had simulated dozens of possible reactions from Lin Yi in his mind, and he had thought of a way to deal with them. The only thing he hadn't expected was for Lin Yi to not resist at all, and for him to swallow him directly. Also, Yin Qinqing's swallowing of Lin Yi was completely subconscious. He was very familiar with this sequence of moves. Usually, those primordial spirits would be pulled over and swallowed without any resistance. When Lin Yi did not resist, he fell into Yin Qinqing's eating rhythm. Zhao Xiaodan said sourly, "Fine, fine. Supreme Elders swallowed such a good primordial spirit this time. You should have the confidence to break through. Our evil warding sect will be stronger. Let's go. Supreme Elder should digest this when we go back." Zhao Xiaodan turned and was about to go back, but Yin Qinqing's face suddenly changed. "No. This junior is strange." "Strange? How is it strange?" Zhao Xiaodan looked strangely at Yin Qinqing. He thought to himself, "Don't act like you've taken advantage of me. I didn't ask you for anything. Do you have to act like this?" But Zhao Xiaodan immediately realized that something was wrong. Yin Qinqing's face was twisted, and his body was twitching on the ground. The situation was very bad. In Yin Qinqing's body, Yin Qinqing's primordial spirit was looking at Lin Yi in shock. He stammered, You are not Foundation Establishment Peak." A mocking smile hung on Lin Yi's lips. "Did I tell you that I'm at the peak of Foundation Establishment?" Yin Qinqing thought about it and agreed. Lin Yi never said he was Foundation Establishment Peak. It was just that his primordial spirit showed his strength to be Foundation Establishment Peak. But which Foundation Establishment Peak could fight against a peak nascent soul late-stage cultivator like Yin Qinqing and still have the upper hand? "You fucking tricked me." Yin Qinqing's face was full of grief and indignation. It was his own fault. He just couldn't understand such an obvious thing. Lin Yi shrugged innocently. "I'm not Foundation Establishment Peak. It's just what you think. How am I tricking you? Speaking of which, can you be serious and die faster now?" Yin Qinqing tried to digest Lin Yi's primordial spirit, but he couldn't move it at all. His power was like a light breeze, but Lin Yi's primordial spirit was like a towering mountain. This light breeze couldn't even move a pebble on the mountain. Chapter 5509. You're not at Foundation Establishment Great Completion. What are you? Yin Qinqing's heart was dead. He knew that he could not escape. In this situation, it was clear that Lin Yi's spirit was above his. This was the most fatal point of the evil warding sect. If he swallowed a spirit stronger than him, then there was only one result: death. This time, he really did not want to die quickly. Lin Yi smiled faintly. "You still don't understand? I'm the profound ascension spirit." Xian Sheng. I Yin Chinching have no regrets in dying. Yin Chinching laughed bitterly. Then his body completely exploded. He could not be more dead. The communication between primordial spirits only lasted for a moment. Therefore, when Yin Chinching exploded and died, Zhao Yuanqing turned around and saw Yin Chinching twitching on the ground. When he was about to go over to check, he saw that Yin Chinching was completely dead. The splattered flesh and blood were completely vaporized in the air. There was no trace left. Lin Yi's spirit appeared where Yin Chinching's body disappeared. He held a black bracelet in his hand. There was also a misty spirit in front of him. It was Yin Chinching's spirit. The moment Yin Chinching's body exploded, everything on him was destroyed. Only this black bracelet was not damaged. It was clearly a rare treasure. Lin Yi immediately remembered that his spirit sense attack was ineffective against Yin Chinching. It seemed like it was due to this black bracelet. As for Yin Chinching's primordial spirit, it was supposed to be destroyed as well. Lin Yi took it down, but he didn't know how to deal with it. Speaking of devouring, Lin Yi was not interested. After all, Lin Yi had not digested the spirit of the heaven-devouring giant crocodile. There were still Yu Taizong and Chu Hengding imprisoned in the jade space. Lin Yi was not interested in this method of leveling up. Therefore, Lin Yi was too lazy to deal with this spirit. He focused on the black bracelet. However, what Lin Yi did not expect was that after Zhao Xing saw Yin Chinching's spirit, he immediately waved his sleeve and swallowed Yin Chinching's spirit. Lin Yi was shocked. Of course, he could have stopped it, but he did not. First, Lin Yi did not know how to deal with Yin Chinching's spirit. Second, Lin Yi wanted to see what Zhao Xing wanted to do. If Zhao Tong wanted to save Yin Chinching and escape, Lin Yi, of course, wouldn't let him have his way. But Zhao Tong swallowed Yin Chinching's soul in one mouth. This was unbelievable. Hey, did you not see what happened to Yin Chinching? He dared to swallow his spirit? Lin Yi asked strangely. Yin Chinching's spirit was at the peak of the late stage of nascent soul. It was much stronger than Zhao Xing's. Yin Chinching had just exploded because he swallowed a spirit stronger than him. Now, Zhao Xing was doing this. Was he looking to die? Moreover, no matter what, Yin Chinching was from the same sect as Zhao Dan. Could he really do it? After Zhao Quan swallowed Yin Chinching's soul, he knelt down with a thud. Lin Yi was shocked. Was he going to explode just like that? Qianbei was forced by Grand Elder, no Yin Chinching, that old thief, to block Qianbei. Actually, Qianbei has been unhappy with this old thief for a long time. Day and night, I thought about how to eat this old thief. Today, I finally got the chance. That's why I couldn't help but swallow this old thief's spirit. I definitely did not want to offend Qianbei. After kneeling down, Zhao Xing was full of tears and snot. He spoke as if he was very pitiful. He did not look like someone who had just swallowed the spirit of a peak late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Lin Yi looked strangely at Zhao Xing. After a while, he said, "You swallowed Yin Chinching. Is nothing wrong?" Zhao Xing was startled and immediately said respectfully, "Qianbei might not know. Under normal circumstances, if the primordial spirit was stronger than the body, devouring it would cause the body to explode. However, Yin Chinching's primordial spirit had been destroyed by Senior and was at its weakest. At this time, no matter how strong the primordial spirit was, it was just a great supplement. It would not have any adverse effects. Plus, he and I are from the same sect. Even if he is stronger than me under normal circumstances, I can still swallow him. So that's how it is. So you purposely took this chance to snatch the spirit from me?" Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and said to Zhao Xing with a smile that was not a smile. Zhao Xing's back immediately broke out in cold sweat. He cursed himself for being too talkative. What the hell was he talking about? He had seen how terrifying Lin Yi was. To be able to make Yin Chinching explode, it had to be at least a peak nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, Yin Chinching exploded so easily and Lin Yi was not injured at all. Even a peak nascent soul cultivator would not be able to block it. Then, it could only be the legendary Xian Sheng. What would happen if you offended a profound ascending stage spirit? Zhao Xing thought about it and felt that he should just slit his own throat. He immediately knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Qianbei, please spare me. Qianbei, please spare me. Qianbei really did not mean to steal your spoils of war. It is just that I have a deep grudge against Yin Qinqing that I subconsciously did such a stupid thing. Qianbei, please spare me this time. While begging for mercy, Zhao Xing was still cursing Yin Qinqing in his heart. It was fine if he wanted to die, but he had to drag me into it. Why did he have to offend a profound ascending stage spirit? If he wanted to die, he could have just hung himself. Why did he have to go through so much trouble? Originally, Zhao Xing was full of confidence and wanted to perform well at the immemorial gathering. After all, 2 nascent soul cultivators were quite powerful. But now it was all over. He didn't even know if he could keep his life. It would already be good if the evil warding sect didn't drop out of the top 10. Lin Yi rubbed his chin and said playfully, "You stole my spoils of war. You can't really ask me to spare you just because you begged for mercy, right? I haven't even paid you back for intercepting me." Zhao Yuantong kowtowed a few more times before putting on a fawning smile and said, "Of course, I can't let Senior suffer any losses. How about this, as an apology to Senior, I will give you the treasures that we prepared for the evil warding sect. Although it is not enough to compensate for your loss, please forgive me on account of my sincerity." He didn't wait for Lin Yi's response and quickly took out a brocade box, raising it above his head with a pained look on his face. Chapter 55:10. Lin Yi took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He didn't find any mechanism. He opened the brocade box and found a dark blue inner dan of a sea beast. Although it was only the size of an egg, it was completely incomparable to the 2 fist-sized inner dan of the sea crab, but the spiritual fluctuations contained in it made Lin Yi's face change slightly. A sea beast inner dan of the mysterious ascending stage. And it's a sea beast that is at least at the peak of the middle stage of mysterious ascending stage. To be honest, Lin Yi was really shocked this time. Wasn't there no mysterious ascending stage in the small Jianghu? Although Tai Shi was at the mysterious ascending stage before, it was only a Yuan Xin. The original Tai Shi did not reach the height of the mysterious ascending stage at that time. Zhao Dan's heart shook, thinking that this man was really the legendary mysterious ascending stage. Otherwise, how could he accurately say the level of this inner dan of the sea beast? How did you get a sea beast inner dan of the mysterious ascending stage? Don't tell me you have the ability to hunt sea beasts of the mysterious ascending stage. Lin Yi was really curious now. Not to mention whether there was a mysterious ascending stage existence in this small Jianghu, just the fact that Zhao Dan got such a sea beast inner dan was enough to arouse Lin Yi's interest. Zhao Dan didn't dare to hide anything and immediately said with a smile, replying to Senior, "This sea beast Niden was found by my sect not long ago in a cave left by a predecessor thousands of years ago. Although there are no more mysterious ascension stage cultivators in the ancient small world, there should have been some thousands of years ago. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the legend of mysterious ascension. This sea beast is probably the same, its strength was much stronger than it is now." Lin Yi nodded. This explanation made sense. Since it was a cave from thousands of years ago, it was not surprising that there was such a good thing. But this inner dan, after thousands of years, it still maintained such a pure spiritual fluctuation. He didn't know if the inner dan of the sea beast was like this. Its shelf life was super long. Since it is the Senior's cave, there should be more than one inner dan, right? Are there any other treasures? Lin Yi asked casually. He wasn't trying to extort anything, but he was just curious. He didn't think that Zhao Dan would tell him the truth. Anyway, there was no way he'd give Lin Yi all the good stuff he had. But to Lin Yi's surprise, Zhao Dan pointed to the black bracelet in Lin Yi's hand and said, "The bracelet in the Senior's hand was also found in the cave, except for these 2 things. There is nothing else." Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed like this guy saw that the bracelet was in Lin Yi's hands, and there was no way he could get it back. As for whether or not there was anything else, it wasn't up to him to decide, unless Lin used a soul-searching technique on him. What treasure is this bracelet? How do I use it? To be honest, Lin Yi was more interested in this bracelet than the inner dan of the mystic ascending stage sea beast. After all, Lin Yi had guessed that this was the main method that Yin Qinqing could use to resist Lin Yi's divine sense attack. Zhao Dan said honestly, This bracelet is called the Divine Controlling Bracelet. As long as a trace of divine sense is injected, it can automatically protect the owner of the divine sense. Any divine sense attack that does not exceed the user by one major realm can be resisted, but it can only resist 5 attacks at once. After 5 times, the energy in the bracelet will be exhausted, and it will take a day to recover. Of course, if you receive a divine sense attack that exceeds one major realm, the defense of this bracelet will be ineffective. Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised. This was really a good treasure. No wonder Yin Qinxing could resist the divine sense attack, including the soul reaping hand. It was because Lin Yi's divine sense level had not reached the requirement of exceeding one major realm. And Yin Qinxing retreated from the Green Cloud sect probably because the usage of the divine controlling bracelet was already at its limit. Thinking about this, Lin Yi thought that if he had used a combo on him that day, this old man would probably have died already. With the strength of Lin Yi's divine sense, with this bracelet, he could directly ignore the divine sense attacks of the mountain opening stage as long as they were not above the peak of the mountain opening stage. Alright, seeing that you have some sincerity, I will let this matter go. You can leave. Lin Yi obtained 2 treasures and was in a good mood, so he waved his hand to let Zhao Dan leave. Zhao Dan was overjoyed, but he was worried that Lin Yi would not let him go. After all, if Lin Yi killed him, everything that Zhao Dan had would belong to Lin Yi. Thank you for not killing me, Senior. In the future, the evil warding sect will follow Senior's lead. If Senior has any orders, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water. Zhao Dan hurriedly stood up. As he expressed his loyalty, he bowed and retreated. By the time he finished speaking, he was already at the entrance of the alley. Immediately, he fled the place like a stray dog. Lin Yi let Zhao Dan go and put on the divine controlling bracelet happily. He put away the profound ascending stage sea beast core and walked out of the alley with his hands behind his back. Originally, Lin Yi thought that Yin Qinxing could resist the soul reaping hand and the divine sense whirlpool because of some evil warding sect technique. If that was the case, then the evil warding sect would be his nemesis in the immemorial Jianghu. Luckily, Lin Yi knew that Yin Qinxing completely relied on the divine controlling bracelet to do all this, so Lin Yi naturally relaxed. Since the evil warding sect was no longer a threat to him, he could just let Zhao Xiaodan go. If he had the time in the future, he could go look for Zhao Xiaodan and ask him to bring him to the cave to see if there was anything else he could find. Leisurely strolling back to an inn, Lin Yi found Ling Tianyu in his divine sense. What made Lin Yi feel strange was that Ling Tianyu was drinking alone in the hall of the inn. This was completely different from the usual feeling that Ling Tianyu gave Lin Yi. Seeing Ling Tianyu drinking one cup after another, Lin Yi guessed that this guy was stimulated by something. In any case, Ling Tianyu was a person that Lin Yi had a good impression of. Since Ling Tianyu was in trouble, Lin Yi thought that he should go and talk to him. Before Lin Yi went in, Wei Dao suddenly came down from the 2nd floor and went straight to Ling Tianyu's table. He laughed and said, "Yo, if it isn't the peerless genius of the Thousand Blades sect, young Master Ling. Why are you drinking alone?" Ling Tianyu didn't raise his head and filled the cup in his hand. He just said indifferently, "Go away." Wei Dao's complexion changed, and he instantly put away his smile. He grabbed Ling Tianyu's hair and forcefully pulled back, making Ling Tianyu's face to the ceiling. Then, he slapped Ling Tianyu's face again and again. Chapter 55:11. Who are you pretending to be? You actually have the nerve to participate in the archaic grand meeting with your trashy appearance? Do you really think that you are a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years? Do you really think that your trash Thousand Blades sect can obtain a place in the top 10? Haha, to be honest, you actually came here to make a fool of yourself, right? Wei Dao didn't care about the gazes of the people around him and wantonly insulted Ling Tianyu. Lin Yi's eyes turned cold, and he was about to make a move. However, the waiter of the inn had already appeared and said to Wei Dao with a smile, "Sir, this inn prohibits private fights and trouble. If you have any grievances, please go out and settle them yourself." Since someone from the inn had come out, Lin Yi was in no hurry to make a move. He simply entered the door and stood in a corner, coldly watching the situation unfold. Normally, with the return of primordial invincible nascent soul, even if the Thousand Blades sect wasn't a top-notch sect, it definitely wasn't a sect that trash like the Hegemon Saber School would dare to provoke. However, looking at Wei Yidao's appearance, it seemed that he didn't care about primordial invincible at all. Wei Yidao loosened his grip on Ling Tianyou's hair and shrugged his shoulders at the inn's waiter. "No, I was just playing with him. How could there be a private fight? Don't worry, I know the rules of an inn." "That's for the best." The waiter still maintained his smile. He glanced at the unresponsive Ling Tianyu and continued in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. "However, even if it was just a joke, please don't affect others." "All right, I understand." Wei Yidao waved his hand and sent the waiter away. Although this inn had a powerful background and he didn't dare to offend them too much, Wei Yidao definitely didn't think that he should be polite to a waiter. Ling Tianyu didn't seem to be dissatisfied with what happened earlier. After the waiter left, he wanted to grab a cup of wine again. Wei Yidao casually picked up the wine pot, pinched Ling Tianyou's chin, and poured it down his throat. Come. Long time no see. Let me toast you today. If you don't finish it, it'll be too disrespectful," Wei Yidao said loudly as he gulped down the wine. His gaze inadvertently swept over the waiter who had just left. The waiter's footsteps paused, but in the end he did not have the intention to return. After all, Wei Yidao had said to offer a toast. Even if it was a little excessive, as long as they did not fight, after the previous warning, it would not be appropriate for the inn to issue another warning, unless the two of them really fought. However, looking at Ling Tianyou's submissive attitude, it was unlikely that he would make a move. Therefore, the shop assistant could only ignore Wei Yidao's behavior for the time being. After testing the bottom line of the inn's tolerance, Wei Yidao knew what to do. As he continued to pour wine into Ling Tianyou's mouth, he didn't forget to ridicule him. "What a good-for-nothing. If I were you, I would definitely hide in your mother's pants and not come out, so as not to embarrass myself. Do you really think that you can rise again just because you found an old fart? You're simply indulging in the wildest fantasies. You even went to the Chenkuan sect. I've discovered that your Thousand Blades sect's laughable consummate skill is truly invincible." Just as they were happily talking, Ling Tianyu suddenly spat out a mouthful of wine, drenching Wei Yidao's head and face. "Shut up." It was unknown which of Wei Yidao's words had poked Ling Tianyou's sore spot, but Ling Tianyu, who had been silent all this time, finally exploded. Not only did he spit out wine all over Wei Yidao's face, he also grabbed Wei Yidao's wrist that was holding the wine pot and smashed it towards Wei Yidao's head. However, in terms of strength, Wei Yidao, the young master of the Tyrant's Blade sect, was completely superior to Ling Tianyu, the young master of the Thousand Blade sect. Caught off guard, Wei Yidao had already been spat out wine all over his face. How could he allow Ling Tianyu to smash his own head with his own hand? Then Wei Yidao really didn't need to mingle around in the future. The two's hands were only in a deadlock for a moment before Wei Yidao began to gain the upper hand. However, Ling Tianyu wasn't completely defenseless and could still hold on for a while. At the side, Lin Yi was no longer in a hurry to make a move. If Ling Tianyu didn't have the guts to fight back, Lin Yi would at most help him out once, and it would be the same in the future. However, since Ling Tianyu still had the guts to fight back, Lin Yi felt that it was better for him to wait and see. "I'll fight you to the death." Ling Tianyou's face was red. Since he was at a disadvantage in terms of strength, he directly controlled dozens of silver needles to fly out, preparing to use them to deal with Wei Yidao. Wei Yidao's eyes revealed an ominous glint, and he said with a ferocious expression, "You dare to use weapons? Then wait for this young master to cut you into 8 pieces. You too, this inn forbids private fights." The shop assistant from before came back again. The two of them were about to use their knives. It couldn't be considered a joke, right? Wei Yidao looked a little afraid, but Ling Tianyu turned a deaf ear to him. It was unknown whether it was because he had drunk too much or because he was too agitated, but the silver needles didn't stop stabbing at Wei Yidao from all directions. At most, Ling Tianyu could control thousands of silver needles. These dozens of silver needles were really nothing. Seeing that Wei Yidao was about to suffer a loss, a wave of qi directly swept over from the second floor, cutting off the connection between these silver needles and Ling Tianyu. "Waiter, if there are any losses, Put it all on our tyrant's blade sect. A figure directly flew down from the second floor, and at the same time, gave an order to the waiter who was trying to stop Wei Yidao and Ling Tianyu. The chi just now was released by this person. When it landed, the momentum of the peak of the intermediate gold core realm was completely revealed. However, the waiter of an inn didn't buy it at all. Instead, he put away his smile and said coldly, "A gold core realm cultivator of the tyrant's blade sect is fighting in our inn. Do you want to be disqualified from participating in the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting?" The practitioner at the peak of the intermediate gold core realm, who had already clawed at Ling Tianyu's throat, suddenly stopped moving. This time, the tyrant's blade sect came to compete for the top 10 small sects and families. If they were disqualified because of such a small matter, they would definitely be abandoned by the sect. Although a waiter couldn't represent the inn, and might not have the ability to disqualify the tyrant's blade sect, it was better to be safe than sorry. The name of the tyrant's blade sect was really not very useful for an inn. Just when this man was in an awkward dilemma, Lin Yi appeared beside Ling Tianyu like a ghost and directly slapped Wei Yidao away. After knocking over several empty tables, he fell to the ground and rolled a few times before stopping. As for the practitioner at the peak of the intermediate gold core realm, Lin Yi didn't show any mercy. He didn't even bother to take back the slap he used to slap Wei Yidao away. With a flash of red light on his palm, the frenzied fire 8 trigrams palm slapped on his face. Chapter 55:12. This unlucky guy was much more miserable than Wei Yidao. How could the raging fire 8 trigrams palm be so easy to bear? He screamed and flew back to the second floor while emitting black smoke. Judging from the sound, it seemed that flipping over tables was inevitable. A waiter of an inn gaped at Lin Yi. His warning to the tyrant saber sect just now was not a joke. This guy in front of him was too arrogant. He didn't put an inn in his eyes at all. Lin Yi glanced at the waiter indifferently and said expressionlessly, "I'm Lin Yi." The waiter was shocked and immediately put on a smile. "Senior Lin from the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. These are all trivial matters. Don't take it to heart. I still have to thank Senior Lin for teaching those two ignorant things a lesson." The onlookers on the side immediately looked at him. Didn't they say that private fights would cause them to be disqualified? Why was it completely different when it came to the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island? Could it be that the 10 small sects and families already had such privileges? In fact, the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island did not have such privileges, but the intelligence system behind the inn was quite powerful. The waiter naturally knew that Lin Yi was in the top 3 on the list of people that all the sects paid attention to and should not provoke. The waiter naturally knew that the strength of Lin Yi could not be accurately determined for the time being, but the fact that Lin Yi refined 2 supreme-grade gold elixirs of nascent soul in 4 hours in the Chu family was enough for the inn to regard Lin Yi as the most important guest. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you." Lin Yi did not say much. Anyway, he was not the one who stirred up trouble. And to be honest, in the small Jianghu of the ancient times, Lin Yi really had nothing to fear. The waiter smiled and left, and then quickly cleaned up the mess. As for Wei Yidao, after seeing Lin Yi's strength, he had already left dejectedly. Lin Yi just taught him a lesson and did not kill him. Otherwise, how could Wei Yidao get up so easily? "Ling Tianyu, what happened to you?" Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with a nobody like Wei Yidao. He turned around and asked Ling Tianyu to sit back down. Ling Tianyu let out a long sigh, cupped his fists, and said, "This time, it is all thanks to Brother Lin's help, thank you very much." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Since we are friends, there is no need to be so polite. Tell me what happened to you. If you have any difficulties, maybe I can help you think of a way." Ling Tianyu hesitated for a moment. He seemed to feel that Lin Yi was not an outsider. Besides, this matter was not a secret, and he could easily find out about it by asking around. To tell you the truth, after finding the invincible patriarch, he directly went to Chen Kuan's sect to find trouble. No matter how I tried to persuade him, Chen Kuan's sect's strength and foundation are no longer the same as before. Patriarch went there alone, but he was completely no match for them. Speaking of this matter, Ling Tianyu was quite depressed. He originally thought that with immemorial invincible, a great perfection nascent soul realm expert, the Thousand Blades sect would have no problem returning to the 10 small sects. Who knew that immemorial invincible was so stupid? Well, it was a bit disrespectful to say that the patriarch was stupid. In any case, an expert who had just returned was completely useless. Lin Yi was also speechless. If he had to say, immemorial invincible was an idiot. He clearly knew that Qianquan sect was very powerful now, but he still thought that it was the era when immemorial invincible dominated the small Jianghu of the ancient times. Immemorial invincible was killed by Qianquan sect? Lin Yi really sympathized with Ling Tianyu. This guy wanted to revitalize the Thousand Blades sect. He finally had a hope, but it was destroyed just like that. Ling Tianyu shook his head and said, no, but he was crippled by Qianquan sect and sent back. The reason why he didn't kill the patriarch is to intimidate the world and establish the prestige of Qianquan sect. Killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. Your patriarch is the chicken, and all those who want to challenge Qianquan sect are the monkeys. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. Since immemorial invincible was crippled, it was natural that Wei Yidao's Hegemon's saber school dared to provoke them. Hegemon's saber school was originally the lackey of Qianquan sect. It would be strange if they didn't take the opportunity to trample on them. Moreover, Wei Yidao and Ling Tianyu didn't get along with each other. Hegemon's saber school and Thousand Blades sect were competitors who wanted to enter the 10 small sects. If immemorial invincible was fine, Wei Yidao probably wouldn't dare to fart in front of Ling Tianyu. Lin Yi, it turns out that you are eating with Ling Tianyu here. Suddenly, a beautiful female voice sounded in surprise. Lin Yi didn't need to look to know that it was Duan Muyu. Xiaoyu, come and sit with us. Lin Yi turned around and asked the waiter to bring 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Then he said, why are you here alone? Didn't Yi Qingqing and your master come? Duan Muyu blushed a little. She greeted Ling Tianyu first and then answered, yes, I want to go out alone, so I didn't go with them. In fact, Duan Muyu couldn't wait to find Lin Yi when she saw that the people of Blue Cloud sect of the North Island had arrived. Yi Qingqing would raise both hands and feet in favor of this kind of thing, so he let Duan Muyu come out alone. Unfortunately, Lin Yi hadn't gone back yet. After Duan Muyu didn't find him, she thought that if she waited for Lin Yi at the entrance of the inn, she could see him earlier, so she appeared here alone. The remote ancient grand meeting hasn't started yet, and there's nothing to stroll around in the ruined town. Let's eat and chat together. Anyway, Ling Tianyu is no stranger to you. Lin Yi took the bowls and chopsticks from the waiter and said while setting them for Duan Muyu. Duan Muyu thought in her heart, what a blockhead! If there's nothing to stroll around, why don't you accompany me to stroll around? Even if it's a meal, it's better for 2 than for 3, isn't it? It was just that she couldn't say out her childish thoughts. She could only nod with a smile and order a few more dishes. With the company of Lin Yi and Duan Muyu, Ling Tianyu's mood also became cheerful. He was originally a strong-willed person. Previously, he was just a little bit stubborn. Now that he was chatting with Lin Yi, he gradually let it go. While the 3 of them were talking, Wei Yidao came back. Beside him was a young man who seemed to be in his early 20s. Of course, it was impossible to tell the age of a cultivator. Although Lin Yi wasn't very sure, he could roughly see that this young man should have reached the nascent soul realm. Wei Yidao whispered a few words in the young man's ear and pointed at Lin Yi and the other 2. It seemed that he had found a helper to take revenge. It was not easy for Wei Yidao to invite a master of the nascent soul realm. Chapter 55:13. Lin Yi didn't care and continued to chat and eat with Ling Tianyu and Duan Muyu. He was just a nascent soul cultivator. Although he didn't know his specific level, he was definitely not as powerful as Yi Qingqing. Even if he had the God-controlling bracelet, he wouldn't be able to block Lin Yi's divine sense attack. The young man was originally looking at Ling Tianyu, but after seeing Duan Muyu, he immediately changed his target. He pushed away Wei Yidao, who was still talking in his ear, and walked over in what he thought was the most handsome manner. This beauty, it's really fate that brought us together. This young master said that something good seemed to have happened today. It turns out that I met the woman of my dreams. From this guy's expression, it could be inferred that his so-called dream was at most a wet dream. Get lost. Lin Yi's eyes turned cold and he said coldly, In all honesty, Lin Yi really didn't like trouble and rarely took the initiative to look for trouble. But if someone really came to look for trouble, Lin Yi didn't mind letting the other party know that trouble, in fact, looked like Lin Yi. The young man didn't pay attention to Lin Yi's warning at all. He just glanced at Lin Yi disdainfully and said to Duan Muyu with a smile, "Beauty, what's the use of following these trash? Which sect or family do you belong to? Come, have a good chat with this young master. Let's drink a cup of wine first, and then talk at night under the candlelight. As long as this young master is satisfied, at least your family or sect will be able to sit firmly in the top 10 small sects and families." Duan Muyu moved towards Lin Yi with a look of disgust, wanting to stay away from this young man. At the same time, she said angrily, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in getting to know you. Also, can't you understand human language? I told you to get lost." "Oh, you're a little hot pepper. This young master likes little hot peppers like you. When the time comes, it will be even more interesting." The thickness of this fellow's skin was not inferior to his own strength. Moreover, as he spoke, he actually reached out to grab Duan Muyu's wrist. Clearly, he was going to use force. Even Ling Tianyu couldn't tolerate such a complete disregard for Lin Yi and Ling Tianyu, let alone Lin Yi. Although Duan Muyu had not made his relationship with Lin Yi completely clear, it was basically the same. Flirting with Duan Muyu in front of Lin Yi? Lin Yi really didn't know how many lives this guy had. Getting lost was already Lin Yi's final warning. Since this guy was courting death, and it was clear that he was sent by Wei Dao, Lin Yi certainly wouldn't be polite anymore. 3 spiritual awareness whirlpools appeared out of thin air, spinning rapidly and tearing the soul of this young man. Moreover, Lin Yi also added some changes to it. After obtaining the spiritual awareness pill fire, Lin Yi had been trying to transform his spiritual awareness into pill fire at any time. The spiritual awareness whirlpool was completely composed of spiritual awareness, so there was no problem in transforming it into pill fire in theory. On the way here, Lin Yi had already put this idea into practice, and this time, Lin Yi, who was really angry, tried out this new spiritual sense elixir fire whirlpool for the first time. The whirlpool pulled and shook the young man's soul, and then the pill fire spread to the whole soul. It should be known that the soul was most afraid of things like pill fire. Usually, with the physical defense, the pill fire couldn't directly attack the soul. However, after Lin Yi improved the spiritual awareness pill fire whirlpool, he managed to do this kind of impossible thing. The young man's hand was still stretched out in midair, a foot away from Duan Muyu's wrist, but it couldn't go any further. Lin Yi himself didn't expect that the power of the spiritual awareness whirlpool turning into pill fire would be so amazing. In just a flick of a finger, the young man's soul had already been turned into ashes. He didn't even have time to scream, and his whole body slowly fell to the ground on his back. Wei Dao, who was behind him, was dumbfounded. In fact, he did not know what had happened, but the young man was already completely finished. Without going over to confirm, Wei Dao was sure that the young man was completely dead. A bone-chilling feeling spread from the bottom of Wei Dao's heart. Not only was he afraid of Lin Yi's means, but he was also afraid of the sect behind this young man. Wei Dao was powerless against them. After a short while, Wei Dao laughed hysterically. "It's over. You're dead. I'm dead too. How dare you kill the son of the sect leader of Qiankuan sect so openly? Blue Cloud sect on the North Island, Yiling sect, Thousand Blades sect, and our tyrant's Saber sect. Get ready to bear the wrath of Qiankuan sect." In the end, Wei Dao's wild laughter turned into crying. The son of the sect leader of Qiankuan sect. He had come because of his instigation, but he had died in the hands of Lin Yi the moment they met. It was basically impossible for Tyrant Saber sect to stay out of this. Just as Wei Dao had said, Qiankuan sect's wrath would turn all the sects that were related to them into ashes. Hearing the words, Qiankuan sect, many of the onlookers who had been watching the show disappeared without a trace. As the saying went, a fire at the city gate would bring disaster to the fish in the moat. Anyone who had anything to do with this matter might become the unlucky fish in the moat. Therefore, it was better to run as far away as possible now. The waiter's expression had already changed. Lin Yi was indeed someone that the inn didn't want to provoke, But Chinkuan's sect was ranked first on the list of people that they couldn't afford to offend. In fact, the inn had the shadow of Chinkuan's sect behind it. Now that the son of the sect leader of Chinkuan's sect had died in an inn, things were really getting out of hand. Wei Dao, who had lost control of his emotions, ran out crying and laughing. He didn't even care about the body of the son of the sect leader. As for the people of the inn, they didn't come out to do anything. This matter was no longer something that they could handle. Both sides were not simple people. Staying out of it was the best way. In fact, the background of the inn was one of the 4 major sects. The primordial mountains were jointly controlled by the 4 major sections. Naturally, the ruined town was also jointly controlled by the 4 major sections. The reason why the inn was so confident was because of this place. If Lin Yi was only the martial granduncle of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island without the identity of a senior alchemist, the inn would naturally deal with him immediately for the sake of the Chinkuan sect behind it. But since Lin Yi was not so simple and the Chinkuan sect was only one of the 4 masters behind the inn, it was best for the Chinkuan sect to deal with him themselves. Ling Tianyou's face was a little pale, but there was no fear in his expression. Anyway, the Thousand Blades faction and the Chinkuan sect had been enemies for generations. One more life was not a big deal at all. Brother Lin, this time I, Ling Tianyou, have dragged you down. If Wei Dao hadn't wanted to deal with me, he wouldn't have brought the people of the Chinkuan sect here and dragged you into this. Ling Tianyou said to Lin Yi apologetically. Chapter 55:14. If it was only Ling Tianyou himself, it would not be a big deal to offend the Chinkuan sect. But Lin Yi had the North Island's Blue Cloud sect behind him. Offending the Chinkuan sect was not a good thing for the North Island's Blue Cloud sect. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "It's none of your business. This time, this guy provoked me. He deserves to die." This was true. If the son of the head of the Chinkuan sect had not wanted to flirt with Duanmuyu, Lin Yi might not have killed him. This was the case with Wei Dao and the Hegemon's Saber sect. Lin Yi did not even seriously injure them. He just taught them a lesson. As for the Chinkuan sect, Lin Yi really did not care much about it. It was just a son of the head of the sect. Even if it was the head of the sect, it did not matter if he died. This time, the North Island's Blue Cloud sect was going to compete for the top 4. In any case, they had to pull down one of the top 4 so that the North Island's Blue Cloud sect could be promoted. Originally, there was no goal. Now, it was the Chinkuan sect. Duanmuyu didn't say anything, but he felt a sweetness in his heart. Lin Yi said that the guy had provoked him, so he deserved to die. Didn't that mean that Duanmuyu's problem was Lin Yi's problem? As for the horror of the Chinkuan sect, Duanmuyu did not feel anything. The more time he spent with Lin Yi, the more he felt that Lin Yi was unfathomable. Those magical abilities gave Duanmuyu a strong confidence for no reason. As long as Lin Yi was there was nothing that could not be solved. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Ling Tianyou did not seem to be relieved. He still looked guilty. Lin Yi patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. I will deal with it." Duanmuyu also tried to persuade him. Ling Tianyou was an open-minded person, so he also let go of his worries. However, the Thousand Blades faction still had to make some preparations, so he immediately took his leave. The residents of Blue Cloud sect and Yiling sect in the North Island were adjacent to each other. Lin Yi went back with Duanmu. As for the things here, someone from an inn would naturally take care of them. Lin Yi only needed to think about how to face the revenge of Chinkuan sect. Duanmuyu also knew that Lin Yi needed to discuss the matter of Chinkuan sect with the people of Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. Therefore, even though he was a little reluctant, he had no choice but to part ways with Lin Yi when they arrived at Yiling sect. After Lin Yi returned to Green Cloud sect in the North Island, Exinejia immediately came to him. Exinejia had already received the news about what had just happened. After all, the son of the head of Chinkuan sect was killed by Lin. This kind of news spread quite fast. "Martial granduncle, are you going to take action against Chinkuan sect?" Exinejia asked immediately after being asked by Lin Yi to sit down. Lin Yi looked at Exinejia strangely and said, "You don't seem to be worried that Chinkuan sect will take revenge on Blue Cloud sect at all?" "Worry? Why should I worry? Xenijia was stunned, and then he said with a smile, Martial Granduncle, don't joke. With you in Blue Cloud Sect, what's there to worry about? Besides, I know what you're thinking. One of the top 4 is the goal of our Blue Cloud Sect in the North Island in the Archean Grand Meeting this time. Since we want to be promoted, we need one of the top 4 to give us a place. You're quite insightful. Lin Yi really thought so he had nothing to hide. Xenijia thought for a while and then said, I originally thought that Martial Granduncle would choose the weaker top 4, such as Enlightenment Sect, which ranks 3rd among the top 4. I didn't expect that Martial Granduncle would directly choose Jiankuan Sect, the top of the top 4. Are you trying to make our Blue Cloud Sect the top of the top 4? Martial Granduncle's courage is really not something that I can compare with. Looking at Xenijia's compliment in the last sentence, Lin Yi was secretly amused. Since when did he want to pick the strongest Jiankuan Sect? It was just that the people from Jiankuan Sect jumped out to court death. To Lin Yi, the ranking of the top 4 was really not that useful. It was the same for any one of them. You said that my target would be the weaker top 4, such as Enlightenment Sect, which ranks 3rd among the top 4. Why isn't it the weakest one? The 4th should be the Shangguan clan, right? According to what you said, wouldn't it be better to choose the 4th instead of the 3rd? Lin Yi thought it was a little strange, so he asked casually. Xenijia seemed to have expected that Lin Yi didn't know, so he didn't feel strange at all. He still answered respectfully, Martial Granduncle, the Shangguan clan is the backing sect of our Blue Cloud Sect in the North Island. No, it should be said that the Shangguan clan is the backing sect of our North Island Alliance. Although the Shangguan clan is the weakest among the top 4, it seems that we shouldn't attack them because of this relationship. Backing sect? If the Blue Cloud Sect is in trouble, will the Shangguan clan stand up for them? Lin Yi asked curiously. He had been in the ancient underworld for quite some time, but this was the first time he heard that the Shangguan clan had such a relationship with the Blue Cloud Sect or the 3 big sects of the North Island. Uncle Master, you know that the 4 sides of the immemorial mountain range are controlled by the 4 big sects and families. Anyone who wants to get the resources in the immemorial mountain range has to choose one of the 4 big sects and families. Otherwise, it will be extremely difficult to get the resources, let alone the position of the 10 small sects and families. All the sects and families in the immemorial small Jianghu are basically under the command of the 4 big sects and families. It's just that the relationship is a little loose, Xenijia explained patiently. Lin Yi nodded and said, I see. Then why did the 3 big sects of the North Island choose the Shangguan clan as their backing sect? Geographically speaking, the Shangguan clan isn't the closest to the 3 big sects of the North Island. Xenijia said with a smile. That's because the 3 big sects of the North Island and the Shangguan clan are related. Thousands of years ago, the Shangguan clan didn't exist. They were originally a family that separated from the soaring sect of the North Island. However, after a long period of development, the Shangguan clan became even more powerful than the 3 big sects of the North Island. Since they are from the same sect, the 3 big sects of the North Island naturally chose the Shangguan clan as their backing sect. Lin Yi was shocked. The Shangguan clan really came from the soaring sect? Wasn't that the same as the soaring sect of the Heaven Step Island? It seemed like the Shangguan clan and the Shanghai Tianhua were related by blood. If that was the case, for the sake of Shanghai Tianhua, Lin Yi should take good care of the Shangguan clan. Chapter 55:15. Of course, with the Shangguan family's status in the immemorial underworld, they would never think that they needed Lin Yi's help. Instead, they would take care of Lin Yi. Speaking of which, when Lin Yi heard about the relationship between the Shangguan family and the 3 big sects of the North Island, he couldn't help but recall a similar story when he was in the secular world. The Hidden Yu family was originally a branch of the secular Yu family, but after they developed in the hidden world, they became the sect leader of the secular Yu family. This kind of inspiring story was quite similar. Oh right, Granduncle, I forgot to tell you, the Xuanji sect has now joined the 5 Elements sect. So, to be exact, only the Soaring Sky sect and our Blue Cloud sect have the Shangguan family as our backing. Xenijia had been talking about the 3 big sects of the North Island for a long time, but he suddenly realized that the situation was a little different now, so he quickly added, "The Xuanji sect has joined the Five Elements sect?" Lin Yi asked curiously. "Didn't they say that the three big sects of the North Island were in the same boat? Why did the Xuanji sect join the Five Elements sect?" Xan Ijia sighed and said, "You can't blame the Xuanji sect for joining the Five Elements sect. The Shangguan family is just too weak among the four big sections. The Xuanji sect hasn't been able to enter the top 10 small sects and families for a few years now. If it wasn't for the support from the Soaring Sky sect and our Blue Cloud sect, their strength would only continue to decline. Therefore, in order to re-enter the top 10 small sects and families, they have no other choice but to join the Five Elements sect." Lin Yi nodded and said, "So that's what happened. Forget it then. The three big sects of the North Island are in the same boat. When our Blue Cloud sect becomes the top 10, the Xuanji sect will come back." "That's right, with Grand Uncle, the Xuanji sect will come back." Xine Ijia nodded hard, then asked, "Grand Uncle Master, although we, the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, have set our goal as the top 4 sects in the Archean Grand Meeting this time, we still need to choose one of the top 4 sects as our backing before we start. Do you think it's still the Shangguan clan?" "Let's go with the Shangguan clan. Since they have such a good relationship, there's no need to change it." Lin Yi casually made up his mind. Whether the Shangguan clan was weak or not, Lin Yi didn't care at all, it was just a name. If he wanted to be strong, the most important thing was his own strength. "Alright, since Grand Marshal Uncle thinks that the Shangguan clan is good enough, I'll send my name card to the Shangguan clan. Once the Shangguan clan sends someone to inform us, we'll pay them a visit. It's just a formality, just a formality." Xan Ijia felt it was wrong to ask Lin Yi to greet the Shangguan clan, so he quickly added. Lin Yi didn't really care whether he paid a visit or not. He just nodded indifferently and said, "You go and arrange it." "Yes, Grand Master. I'll take my leave now." Xan Ijia stood up and bowed. He took a few steps back before he turned around and left. Lin Yi couldn't do anything about Xan Ijia's courteous behavior, so he could only let him be. At the same time, Wei Yidao, who had regained his consciousness, had already found the base of the Qiankuan sect. He was kneeling on the ground with tears and snot running down his face, distorting the truth. He wanted to get rid of the Tyrant Saber sect and himself, then he wanted to frame Lin Yi and the others. Sect leader. The young sect leader saw that Duan Muyu from the Yi Ling sect was talented, so he went over to chat with him. However, Ling Tianyu from the Thousand Blades sect saw it. Everyone knows that the Thousand Blades sect and the Qiankuan sect have a grudge against each other, so Ling Tianyu, this vicious villain, immediately found Lin Yi from the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. Lin Yi is Duan Muyu's admirer. Under Ling Tianyu's instigation, he sneakily attacked the young sect leader. The poor young sect leader is a heavenly talent, but he was actually killed by these villains. I wanted to rescue him, but because I was too weak, I didn't even have the chance to do so. Wei Dao burst into tears as he spoke. His acting skills were absolutely amazing. In fact, Wei Dao was afraid that his lie would be exposed. If that happened, he and the Tyrant Saber sect would definitely end up worse than Lin Yi and the others. Therefore, his crying was not fake. The person sitting in the middle was the sect leader of the Qiankuan sect, Tribulation Immortal. He was an expert at the peak of the late nascent soul realm, and he was the one who led the team to participate in the Archeozoic Grand Meeting. The highest elder, Immortal Du Nan, did not come to the Archeozoic Mountains. Instead, he stayed in the sect. The reason why the Qiankuan sect was so powerful was not because of Immortal Du Nan's strength, but because there were 7 nascent soul realm experts in the entire Qiankuan sect. In addition to Immortal Du Nan, who was at the peak of the late nascent soul realm, the second was Tribulation Immortal, who was at the peak of the late nascent soul realm. In addition, there was 1 late nascent soul realm, 2 middle nascent soul realm, and 2 early nascent soul realm experts. However, before the Archeozoic Grand Meeting started, Tribulation Immortal's son, an expert at the early nascent soul realm of the Qiankuan sect, was inexplicably killed. Hearing Wei Yidao's words, Tribulation Immortal slapped the tea table beside him with a cold face. The entire tea table, along with the teacups and ornaments on it, turned into powder in an instant and fluttered to the ground. Wei Dao happened to steal a glance at Tribulation Immortal and was immediately frightened. He immediately kept quiet out of fear, but his body could not stop trembling slightly. What a great green cloud sect of the North Island! What a great Linny! How dare you kill my son who is going through Tribulation Immortal? You really don't know how to write the word death. At this time, Tribulation Immortal almost could not suppress the killing intent in his heart. Although he had more than one son, and this person at the early nascent soul realm was not the most outstanding one, his son was still his son. If he did not get angry, he might as well cut his own throat. Wei Dao, who was kneeling on the ground, was overjoyed. It seemed that Tribulation Immortal's main target was Lin. As for the Tyrant Saber sect, it seemed that they did not want to vent their anger on him. Although Yi Ling sect and Chenren sect were not mentioned by Tribulation Immortal, this result was already beyond Wei Dao's imagination. As long as he could get rid of Lin, Yi Ling sect and Chenren sect would be easy to deal with. Not to mention the Qiankuan sect, even the Tyrant Saber sect would not take these two sects seriously. Sect leader, please calm down. After all, the Green Cloud sect of the North Island is one of the top 10 sections. Although we, the Qiankuan sect, are the leader of the 4 big sects, we still have to abide by the rules set at the beginning. Otherwise, we, the leader of the 4 big sects, will be jointly targeted by the other 3 sects. An elder of the Qiankuan sect beside him persuaded in a low voice. The Archaeozoic Grand Meeting was about to begin, and the Qiankuan sect could not be disorderly. Tribulation Immortal took a deep breath, nodded and said, "Yes. Although we, the Qiankuan sect, are the leader of the 4 big sects, we have not reached the point where we can cover the sky with one hand. Since we made the agreement that year, we must abide by it. At worst, after the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting begins, we can target the Green Cloud sect of the North Island." Chapter 55:16. Wei Dao didn't dare to interrupt, but he couldn't help feeling disappointed. He had heard about the agreement mentioned by Tribulation Jinren. It seemed to be an agreement between the 4 big sects and families. Anyone who wanted to attack the 10 small sects and families of the 4 big sects and families had to get the consent of the 4 big sects and families. Otherwise, the 4 big sects would be in chaos, and the so-called backing sects would only exist in name. If the Qiankuan sect wanted to attack the Blue Cloud sect, they had to get the consent of the backing sections. Otherwise, they would violate the rule and be attacked by the other 3 sects and families. Although the Qiankuan sect was stronger than the other 3 big sects, if the other 3 big sects joined hands, they would be able to crush the Qiankuan sect. Because of this, the balance of power in the small archaic Jianghu could be maintained. Someone, go and find out which backing sect the Blue Cloud sect is this year. Tribulation Jinren didn't lose his mind. He immediately sent someone to investigate the situation of the Blue Cloud sect. According to the usual practice, the Green Cloud sect of the North Island should be supported by the Shangguan family. It was the weakest among the 4 big sects, with only 3 nascent soul cultivators, which barely met the standard of the 4 big sections. If the Green Cloud sect of the North Island was still under the Shangguan family, Tribulation Jinren felt that he might be able to get permission from the Shangguan family when he proposed to deal with the Green Cloud sect of the North Island. But if the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island switched to a powerful sect like the 5 Elements sect, like the Xuanji sect of the North Island, which was only slightly inferior to the Qiankuan sect, they would never agree to the request of the Qiankuan sect. A disciple of the Qiankuan sect outside the door answered and ran out quickly. It wasn't a secret, so he could get the news by asking around. Soon, the disciple came back to report. Sect leader, the North Island's Blue Cloud sect hasn't paid a visit to the pier yet, so they don't have a backer yet. However, I heard that the North Island's Blue Cloud sect has already sent a visit card to the Shangguan clan. I think they have chosen the Shangguan clan as their backer this year. This disciple was very clear. He even knew that Xan Ijie had just sent someone to the Shangguan family to send a visiting card. Great. That's great. Tribulation Crossing Jinren suddenly opened his eyes, sneered and said, "Spread the news for me right now. The Blue Cloud sect of the North Island killed my son. The Shangguan family? I'd like to see if you dare to accept the North Island Blue Cloud sect." If the North Island's Blue Cloud sect had already paid their respects and become a disciple of the Shangguan family, then maybe the Shangguan family would protect the North Island's Blue Cloud sect for the sake of their reputation. But since the North Island's Blue Cloud sect was not yet a disciple of the Shangguan family, then after hearing the news released by the Qingkuan sect, they would have to carefully consider whether to accept the North Island's Blue Cloud sect or not. Was it worth it for the Shangguan clan to offend the Qingkuan sect, the leader of the four big sects, just for the Blue Cloud sect? Not to mention the Shangguan clan, even if the Five Elements sect got the news, they might not accept the trouble of the Blue Cloud sect from the North Island, because it was obvious that they were the enemy of the Qingkuan sect. Sect leader is brilliant. As long as we spread the news, I guess the other three sects will not deliberately disrespect our Qingkuan sect. At that time, the Green Cloud sect of the North Island will not even have a sect to rely on. It will be a piece of cake to kill them. The elder who tried to persuade Jinren crossing Calamity agreed with his method very much, and he sent Wei Yidao to help. Wei Yidao was overjoyed. He immediately thanked Jinren crossing Calamity and left. He had been prepared for the Tyrant's Saber sect to vent their anger on them, but he did not expect that Lin Yi was so powerful that he directly took all the blame. In fact, Wei Yidao did not understand that the Qingkuan sect completely targeted Lin Yi because they had complete information about Lin Yi. They knew that Lin Yi was the pillar of the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. If they did not get rid of Lin Yi, even if the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island didn't do anything this time, they would definitely have a chance to soar next time. Although the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island might not be able to threaten the position of the Qingkuan sect, the Qingkuan sect did not want to easily change the current power structure. They originally had the intention of suppressing the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. Now that such a thing had happened, if they did not take the opportunity to target the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, they would never be able to rise again. At the same time, the Shangguan family had received the visiting card from the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, and they agreed to meet the people from the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. However, when the people from the Blue Cloud sect went back to report, the news spread by the Qingkuan sect also reached the Shangguan family. For a moment, the expression of the current family leader of the Shangguan family changed. Should he meet the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island or not? Shangguan Qingyun walked back and forth with his hands behind his back. As the current family leader of the Shangguan family, it was really difficult for him to make a decision about the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. Based on the relationship between the Shangguan family and the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, they should accept the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. After all, they had already accepted the visiting card. However, offending the Qingkuan sect for the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island was not the result that Shangguan Qingyun wanted to see. No, I have to ask my father for his opinion on this matter. Shangguan Qingyun muttered. In the end, he decided to pass this burden to his father, the supreme elder of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Feishing. After making the decision, Shangguan Qingyun immediately went to meet his father. This time, the Shangguan family had mobilized the entire Shangguan family for the distant ancient grand meeting, and all of their high-end combat power had come. Therefore, it was quite easy for Shangguan Qingyun to meet Shangguan Feishing. Father, about the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. Shangguan Qingyun couldn't wait to speak before he entered the room. Calm down. Shangguan Feishing calmly interrupted Shangguan Qingyun's words. At this moment, he was riding a brush beside the desk. Although he knew that his son was here, he had no intention of raising his head. Shangguan Qingyun knew that his father didn't like to be interrupted when he was writing, so he could only shut his mouth in embarrassment. After Shangguan Feishing finished writing, he put down the brush in his hand, raised his head, and said unhappily, "You're already so old, why are you still so impatient? You have to be as calm as a mountain when you encounter problems. The more you panic, the more mistakes you'll make." I understand. Shangguan Qingyun hurriedly bowed to accept the advice. In the Shangguan family, the words of the old master were everything. Although Shangguan Qingyun was the current family master, important decisions still required Shangguan Feishing's approval. Tell me, what happened to the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island? Did they switch to the other four big sects like the Xuanji sect? Shangguan Feishing's tone was calm, but Shangguan Qingyun felt that there was a hint of melancholy in it. The Shangguan family had been weak for a long time, and even the Xuanji sect, which they had always supported, had switched to the Five Elements sect. If the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island did the same, then the Shangguan family would indeed have no say among the four big sections. Chapter 55:17. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. From this point of view, the Shangguan family should accept the Green Cloud sect from the North Island. However, when he thought that he would have to fall out with the Qingkuan sect because of this, Shangguan Qingyun felt that he had lost his courage. Hence, he could only clench his teeth and say, "It's not like that. The Green Cloud sect from the North Island has sent an invitation card." When Shangguan Feisheng heard this, his expression relaxed slightly. He then said nonchalantly, "Since that's the case, do you have any other questions?" The problem is that Lin Yi from the Green Cloud faction on the North Island killed the son of the Tribulation Master of the Qingkuan faction. The Qingkuan sect has already spread the news. Shangguan Qingyun did not make it clear. He only mentioned it briefly. He believed that his father would understand. As expected, after Shangguan Feisheng frowned slightly, he nodded lightly and said, "Lin Yi, I know this person. He is the martial granduncle who suddenly appeared in the North Island's Blue Cloud sect. Originally, our Shangguan clan should have befriended this man." Originally, it should be, then what about now? It shouldn't be, right? Shangguan Qingyun nodded his head in understanding. He roughly understood what his father meant. Although his father had just felt sorry for the fact that Xuanji sect had turned to his family, it seemed a little unkind to completely give up the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island now. However, Shangguan Qingyun quite agreed with this approach. Let's play it by ear. Shangguan Feisheng picked up the weasel hair brush on the brush rack again, dipped it in the thick ink, and continued to write. This also meant that the conversation was over. Shangguan Qingyun respectfully took his leave, thinking about how to adapt to the situation. Shangguan Feisheng's intention was quite obvious. In order to not offend the Qingkuan sect, he would give up on accepting the Blue Cloud sect from the North Island. He had no other choice, as the Shangguan family was too weak. The Qingkuan sect had a total of 7 nascent soul realm cultivators. Alright, one had died just now, so there were still 6 left. However, the Shangguan clan only had 3 nascent soul realm cultivators in total, and this was already the lowest number of the 4 big clans. If they had less than 3 nascent soul realm cultivators, they would be kicked out of the 4 big clans at any time. Blue Cloud sect of the North Island is really troublesome. Shangguan Qingyun whispered to himself. If they hadn't received the visiting card and knew about the Qingkuan sect, the Shangguan clan wouldn't have accepted the visiting card at all. Now that they had agreed to meet the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, it wouldn't make sense for them not to meet them. In that case, he could only meet them once and then casually send them away. Shangguan Qingyun made up his mind. He immediately waved his hand at a Shangguan clan disciple that was passing by and said, "You, come here." "Patriarch, what instructions do you have for this disciple?" That disciple was a disciple from a branch family of the Shangguan clan. Normally, he wouldn't have the chance to talk to Shangguan Qingyun. Now that he was suddenly summoned by Shangguan Qingyun, he immediately ran over. "You are the 6th son of the 7th branch, right?" Shangguan Qingyun thought for a while and asked uncertainly. After all, he was a disciple of a branch family and had only seen it occasionally. It was already good enough that he could remember this. "Master, you can just call me Little Six." Little Six was overjoyed. He didn't expect the patriarch to be able to know his family ranking. Although he didn't know his full name, it was still not an easy feat. "Little Six, I see. In a while, the people from the North Island's Blue Cloud sect will come to visit us. They want our Shangguan clan to be their backing. I have some matters to attend to and it's not convenient for me to meet them. You can just find a reason to send them away." Shangguan Qingyun thought that it wasn't suitable for him to go out, so he asked someone to send away the people from the North Island's Blue Cloud sect. However, he didn't want to reject them too obviously. After this matter was over, it would be best if he could pull the North Island's Blue Cloud sect back to the Shangguan clan. After all, the Shangguan clan was already the weakest of the 4 big sections. If they lost the Blue Cloud sect after the Xuanji sect, then the Shangguan clan would really lose their right to speak. However, Shangguan Qingyun didn't consider that when the Blue Cloud sect needed the Shangguan clan chose to stand by and do nothing. After this matter was over, what reason would the Blue Cloud sect have to return to the Shangguan clan? Furthermore, with the Blue Cloud sect as an example, which other sect would be willing to tie themselves to the Shangguan clan, a clan without any guts? Xiao Liuzi understands. Xiao Liuzi is definitely the right person to handle such a small matter. Master, just look at my performance. Xiao Liuzi immediately patted his chest. It was a rare opportunity to be able to perform in front of the master. No matter what, he had to seize it. As they were talking, a disciple came to report, "Master, the people from the North Island's Blue Cloud sect are here." So fast? Shangguan Qingyun was a little surprised. The people from the North Island's Blue Cloud sect had arrived not long after the person who sent the visiting card left. It seemed like the people from the Blue Cloud sect were anxious. They hoped to immediately rely on the Shangguan clan, so that the Qingquan sect couldn't attack the Blue Cloud sect. In fact, Shangguan Qingyun was overthinking. Lin Yi and Xenijie didn't care about the Qingquan sect at all. They wanted to use the Blue Cloud sect as a stepping stone to rise to the top. What was there to be afraid of? The reason why they came so quickly was only because the Blue Cloud sect's base was separated from the Shangguan clan by the Soaring Gate. Xiao Liuzi immediately cupped his fists and said in high spirits, "Master, I'll go and send them away. I'll come back soon to report to you." Shangguan Qingyun wanted to say that Xiao Liuzi's reason was a little euphemistic, but after thinking about it, there was no need to specifically explain it. Anyway, the people who came were not the direct descendants of the Shangguan clan. Even if the Blue Cloud sect was dissatisfied when they could escape from the Qingquan sect, he, as the Shangguan clan's master, would come forward personally. Then, everything could be salvaged. Therefore, Shangguan Qingyun didn't say much. He just waved his hand and asked Xiao Liuzi to represent the Shangguan clan to meet the people from the North Island's Blue Cloud sect. In the guest hall, Lin Yi and Xenijie were both there. Although the Shangguan clan was the weakest among the four big families, Lin Yi thought that he should take care of the Shangguan clan for the sake that they were from the same bloodline as Shanghai Tianhua. Therefore, he came to talk to the Shangguan clan's master personally. When the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting was held, the two sides should cooperate better. If the people from the Shangguan clan didn't know what was going on and accidentally hurt them, it wouldn't be fun if they killed two of the four big families at once. That's right, Lin Yi put both sides on the same level. To be honest, he had already overestimated the Shangguan clan. As for the backing sect, it was just a name. When the North Island's Blue Cloud sect became the leader of the four big families, it would be hard to say which sect would be the backing sect. Chapter 55:18. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Not only that, this Jindan stage disciple even had a superior look on his face. He pointed his nostrils at Lin Yi and said, "You can go back. Our family master is quite busy and has no time to see you today." Lin Yi was slightly startled, then his eyes became unfathomable. With his divine sense, he could clearly sense that there were two nascent soul realm cultivators not far behind this golden core realm disciple. One was at the late nascent soul realm and the other was at the mid-nascent soul realm. Obviously, one of them was the master of the Shangguan clan. So, what was the Shangguan clan trying to achieve by doing this? Xenijie frowned slightly and said, "Shangguan family had just asked our Jadian sect disciples to inform us that we can come and pay our respects. Why is there no time now?" Xenijie would never say something like that based on his temper in the past. However, Xenijie was no longer the ignorant person he used to be. Moreover, he had been with Lin Yi for a long time. Naturally, he had developed a spirit of arrogance. If it wasn't for the Shangguan family, Xenijie would not have cared about them at all. Is it your place to butt in the matters of our patriarch? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? If it wasn't for the fact that your Qingyun sect has always been willing to be our Shangguan family's dog, you wouldn't even have the right to enter this door. Xiaolu had completely misunderstood Shangguan Qingyun's meaning. Originally, Shangguan Qingyun only wanted him to find a reason to send the people from Green Cloud sect away, But this fellow thought that Shangguan Qingyun did not want to accept Green Cloud sect at all, so he acted pretentiously, offending Green Cloud sect as much as he could. Not to mention Xnejia, even Shangguan Qingyun, who was secretly following behind to see what was going on, had a dark expression on his face. He thought to himself, no wonder this guy is from a branch family. If there's such a person in the main family, the Shangguan family would have been wiped out long ago. What did you say? Xnejia flew into a rage and stood up abruptly. However, before he could do anything, Lin Yi slapped him across the face. Love go, small, say, neck-couraging flame 8 trigrams palm. Since he was from the Shangguan clan, Lin Yi didn't kill him, he just wanted to teach him a lesson. The wildfire 8 trigram palm was just a piece of cake for a small fry like him. Without any suspense, Xiao Lu was sent flying away. Don't waste your breath on him. This kind of barking dog, just send it flying. Lin Yi said lightly. He retracted his palm and picked up the teacup next to him. He fiddled with it twice and leisurely took a sip. Xnejia secretly wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. He thought to himself, I thought I knew Grand Uncle Master's style very well, but I didn't know him well enough. Yes, Grand Uncle, I'll keep that in mind. Xnejia answered, feeling relieved. In the past, no one from the Blue Cloud sect would dare to be disrespectful to the Shangguan family. No matter how weak the Shangguan family was, they were still one of the big four. Any nascent soul cultivator would be stronger than the Blue Cloud sect. Shangguan Qingyun was extremely angry at this moment. Although Xiao Lu was indeed rude, he still represented the Shangguan family. How dare Lin Yi turn against him and send him flying with a slap? What was the Blue Cloud sect trying to do? Could the people from the Reliance sect be beaten up as they pleased? The Shangguan family was indeed weak. The Qinkuan sect and the Five Elements sect basically knew Lin Yi quite well. Only the Shangguan family's information about Lin Yi was still at the time when he first entered the ancient Jianghu. The Blue Cloud sect of the North Island brought back a Grand Uncle Master with a primordial spirit from the secular world. Lun, go and teach these arrogant bastards a lesson. How dare they fight in our Shangguan family? Shangguan Qingyun turned around and whispered to the middle-stage nascent soul realm elder, Shangguan Luyun, who was following him. Shangguan Luyun also heard that the people from the Blue Cloud sect were here, so he wanted to come and see them. However, after meeting Shangguan Qingyun, he knew the family's decision, so he simply followed Shangguan Qingyun to see the situation. Now that Shangguan Qingyun had spoken, Shangguan Luyun was naturally duty-bound to do it. He immediately agreed and appeared in the living room. How dare you? How dare you fight with the people of the Shangguan family in our place? Do you really think that the Shangguan family can be bullied by others? Kneel down and admit your guilt. Shangguan Luyun shouted, and at the same time he revealed his momentum of the middle-stage nascent soul realm. In Shangguan Liuyun's view, after the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island lost Jinjiu, they would not even be qualified to be one of the top 10. Otherwise, they would not let a person at the early stage of Gold Core be the leader. As for Lin Yi, he seemed to have hidden his strength. Although he showed that he was at the peak of Foundation establishment, he should have the strength of the nascent soul realm. However, he was at most at the peak of the early stage of nascent soul. Therefore, the momentum of the middle stage nascent soul realm was enough to oppress Lin Yi and Xnejia. He did not need to make a move, he could directly use his momentum to make the two beg for mercy. This was the way that the Shangguan family should do. However, Shangguan Luyun did not expect that under the pressure of his middle stage nascent soul realm, even the leader of the early stage gold core realm, Xnejia, did not show any discomfort, let alone Lin Yi, who was still drinking tea leisurely. Not only that, Xnejia, who was initially smiling, suddenly turned cold after Shangguan Luyun revealed his power. He straightened his back and his surging aura pushed back Shangguan Liuyun's aura like a monstrous tide, suppressing Shangguan Luyun. Late-stage nascent soul. Shangguan Luyun was suddenly dumbfounded. What was going on? Where was the early stage of gold core? Even if nascent soul was mistaken as gold core, it was still the early stage of nascent soul. Late-stage nascent soul, what the hell was that? Lin Yi put down the teacup in his hand and directly made a combination punch of Soul Vortex and Frenzy Fire 8 trigram palm. While Shangguan Liuyun's divine sense was unstable, he slapped him and sent him flying. He then said calmly, "I told you just now, did you forget it again? Don't show off your momentum, just send him flying. Do you want him to kneel down and admit his guilt? You can't be so ruthless. You can't be so ruthless." "Yes, Grand Uncle." Xnejia agreed, and secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He could not tell whether he was ruthless or Grand Uncle was ruthless. After all, Shangguan Luyun was a middle-stage nascent soul realm master, and Lin Yi did not have any intention to kill him. Therefore, the ordinary soul vortex and frenzy fire 8 trigram palm did not cause much harm to Shangguan Luyun. After being sent flying, Shangguan Luyun immediately stabilized his body. Although he was a little dirty, at least he was not as miserable as Xiaoluzi. Chapter 55-19. Then, Lin Yi said slowly, "We, the Green Cloud sect of the North Island, came to pay our respects to the Shangguan clan, not because we think highly of the Shangguan clan, but because the Shangguan clan and the 3 big sects of the North Island are of the same lineage. It's all because of this relationship. Do you really think that the Green Cloud sect is asking the 4 weakest big sects to be their backing? I really don't know where you get your confidence from." His words were quite rude. Not only did Shangguan Liuyun's face turn red, but even Shangguan Qingyun, who was hiding in the dark, was also secretly embarrassed. However, what Shangguan Qingyun cared more about was the strength that Lin Yi had shown. It wasn't a big deal to be able to send Xiaoluzi flying with a slap, but to be able to send Shangguan Luyun flying with a slap, it wasn't simple no matter how he looked at it. Shangguan Qingyun knew that it would be difficult for him to do it so easily. In other words, this Lin Yi had at least the strength of the late nascent soul realm, or even higher. He might have reached the peak of the late nascent soul realm. Since when did the Green Cloud sect of the North Island have such powerful strength? At this moment, Shangguan Qingyun was a little hesitant. Judging from the strength that the Green Cloud sect of the North Island had shown, although it was far inferior to the Qingkuan sect, it was already an outstanding existence among the 10 small sects. If the Green Cloud sect had another nascent soul realm cultivator, it would be qualified to fight for a place in the top 4 big sections. With such strength, even if they offended the Qingkuan sect, they might not be destroyed. If the Shangguan clan intervened, they could protect the Green Cloud sect. With the Green Cloud sect as the Shangguan clan's support, the Shangguan clan would definitely have more say among the top 4 big sects in the future. The most important thing was that Lin Yi didn't fear the Shangguan clan at all. Thinking about it, it made sense. Lin Yi even killed the son of the Qingkuan sect's leader without hesitation. How could he have any fear for the Shangguan clan? Why didn't he understand this before? However, it was not too late now. From this point, it could be inferred that Lin Yi should have some powerful trump card. In a flash, Shangguan Qingyun had already thought through the pros and cons. He immediately laughed and walked out. He cupped his fists and said, "My friends from the Green Cloud sect are here. I couldn't get away from some matters just now, so I asked my disciple to entertain the 2 of you. Sorry for the neglect." After saying that, he seemed to notice that the atmosphere in the living room was not right. He frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Lin Yi didn't reply and just watched Shangguan Qingyun's act with a faint smile. He had been watching from the outside just now, so he didn't know what was going on. Who knows? Patriarch. Shangguan Luyun was about to speak when he was interrupted by Shangguan Qingyun's glare. "Shut up." Shangguan Qingyun's face was filled with anger. He pointed at Shangguan Luyun and said, Luyun, you are an elder of the Shangguan clan. How could you offend a guest? And Xiaoluzi, don't you know that guests are guests and you must welcome them with a smile? Don't tell me that the friends from the Green Cloud sect came here to make trouble. Looking at you, I know the problem must be with you." Shangguan Luyun and Xiaoluzi felt wronged. However, the patriarch had made it clear that he wanted to push them out as scapegoats. They wouldn't be insensible enough to go against the patriarch. Now they could only bear the blame. You, what should I say to you?" Shangguan Qingyun looked distressed. After pointing at Shangguan Luyun, he pointed at Xiaoluzi, and then at Shangguan Luyun. "Have you forgotten that I have always said that the Shangguan clan comes from the 3 major sects of the North Island? We and the three major sects of the North Island are brother sects of the same origin. We are of the same breadth and branches, and we advance and retreat together. Why don't you listen to me? Lin Yi picked up the teacup again and took a sip. He didn't want to talk at the moment, so he just drank tea and watched the show. After Shangguan Qingyun finished his performance, he should get to the point. Judging from Shangguan Qingyun's attitude, today's matter should be over. Lin Yi didn't want to make things too difficult for the Shangguan clan. After all, he had to give face to Shanghai Tianhua, not to mention the relationship with the Green Cloud sect. After reprimanding the two scapegoats, Shangguan Qingyun turned to Lin Yi and Xen Yijie with a smile and said, "My two friends, please don't mind them. These two guys probably have some complaints about the three major sects of the North Island because Xuanji sect switched to five-element sect. So, they vented their dissatisfaction on the Green Cloud sect. After all, the three major sects of the North Island have always been a trinity. My two friends, please forgive them." He was really good at shifting the blame. Lin Yi didn't bother to expose him, so he just drank his tea. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't respond, Xan Yijie had to speak up himself. After all, the current leader of the Green Cloud sect was Xian Yijie. Since the patriarch of the Shangguan clan had already said something good, he couldn't go too far. Therefore, Xan Yijie and Shangguan Qingyun began to chat casually. However, they had a tacit understanding not to mention the sect they relied on for the time being. Xian Yijie still didn't know what Lin Yi was thinking, so he naturally didn't dare to make a decision on his own. Shangguan Qingyun was the same. Although he already had the intention to rope in the Green Cloud sect, this matter was of great importance. After all, the decision still needed to be made by the old master. Since there was such a big commotion, Shangguan Qingyun knew that the old master would definitely come. However, the old master would never step out of the study room before he finished his calligraphy. Therefore, he could only delay it for now and wait for the old master to finish his calligraphy. Shangguan Qingyun felt that it was quite good for him to be able to do what Shangguan Feishing said. Fortunately, Xen Yijie was very cooperative and didn't put Shangguan Qingyun in a difficult position. Finally, when Lin Yi finished his second cup of tea out of boredom, Shangguan Feishing appeared. He was still holding the calligraphy that he had just finished. After he came in, he handed it to Shangguan Lun, who had a black face and a black walk on his back, and said, "Useless thing, frame the calligraphy when it's dry." Shangguan Luyun didn't dare to refute. He quickly took it and said, "Yes. Grand Supreme Elder." Seeing Shangguan Feishing coming in, Shangguan Qingyun and Xen Yijie stood up to welcome the pillar of the Shangguan family. Only Lin Yi was still sitting calmly. He even signaled the disciple who was serving him to refill his teacup. Shangguan Feishing frowned at Lin Yi's attitude, his face expressionless. "Master Xian, your Green Cloud sect is really too arrogant now. It seems like our Shangguan house will have to rely on your Green Cloud sect in the future." Chapter 55:20. Xan Yijie was slightly stunned. He did not expect Lin Yi to ignore Shangguan Feishing like this. However, Xan Yijie thought about Lin Yi's identity and realized that he did not need to take Lin Yi seriously. As a staunch supporter of Lin Yi, Xan Yijie immediately replied, "Senior Shangguan, you're exaggerating. However, based on our Grand Master's seniority, it's fine for Senior Shangguan to call him Grand Master. Don't you think it's a bit too much to say that Grand Master is arrogant?" Shangguan Feishing was so angry that he laughed. "What a joke! Don't think that I don't know that you brought back a strange primordial spirit from the secular world and claimed that he was the Grand Master of the Azure Cloud sect. It's fine if the Azure Cloud sect wants to mess around, but now you want me to call him Grand Master too? Do you really think that the Azure Cloud sect is the best in the world?" Lin Yi suddenly looked up at Shangguan Feishing and said calmly, "It's not up to you to decide whether the Azure Cloud sect is the best in the world. As for whether the Shangguan clan is going to rely on the Azure Cloud sect in the future, let's not talk about it for now. Let's talk about one thing now. What does the Shangguan clan want in this archaic grand meeting?" After a short pause, Lin Yi continued in a serious tone, "The Shangguan clan and the Azure Cloud sect are enemies? Friends?" Lin Yi's words revealed his unquestionable confidence. To be an enemy or a friend, there was only one choice. And to Lin Yi, these two didn't seem to be any different. Shangguan Feisheng was furious, but he was shrewd enough to not fall out with Lin Yi on the spot. He immediately laughed and avoided Lin Yi's question. Instead, he brought the topic back to the Grand Master's seniority. I've always said that the Shangguan clan and the three big sects of the Northern Island are of the same origin. If you can prove that you're the real Grand Master of the Blue Cloud sect, then I'll call you Grand Master. But if you can't prove it, then I won't waste my breath on a fake like you. Shangguan Feisheng sat down, squinted at Lin Yi, and said coldly. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. According to his previous temperament, Shangguan Feisheng's words were equivalent to answering Lin Yi's question. From now on, the Shangguan clan and Jadian were enemies and not friends. However, when he thought about the help that Shanghai Tianhua had given him on Heaven Stage Island, Lin Yi was patient and did not leave in a huff. Forget it. Since you want evidence, I'll give you one. Lin Yi pointed at the calligraphy in Shangguan Liuyun's hand and said, if I'm not mistaken, what you wrote just now should be the Shangguan clan's mental cultivation method, right? Shangguan Feisheng was slightly startled. The Shangguan clan's cultivation technique was something that ordinary people would never know. Although the Shangguan clan had the habit of using their cultivation technique as a form of calligraphy, even if an outsider were to see it, apart from the direct descendants of the Shangguan clan, no one would be able to understand it. For Lin Yi to be able to say that the calligraphy was the Shangguan clan's mental cultivation method, it showed that he had a good eye. But just this alone was far from enough to prove that Lin Yi was the Grand Master of the Blue Cloud sect. You're quite knowledgeable, but this isn't a secret. Your Blue Cloud sect should have some books about this. Don't tell me you're thinking of using this to prove your identity as a senior? Shangguan Feisheng had a mocking smile on his face, hiding his true thoughts. Lin Yi smiled and said, don't worry. What I want to say is, your calligraphy is not bad, but it's a pity that you didn't complete it. This time, Shangguan Feisheng was really shocked. Outsiders wouldn't be able to understand the Shangguan clan's mental cultivation method, so even if they saw it, they wouldn't know that what he had written down was only a fragment of the Shangguan clan's mental cultivation method. Furthermore, this was only the last part of the incomplete manual. Outsiders would only think that it was a few profound sentences and wouldn't be able to understand the profound meaning behind it. If Lin Yi was completely relying on guessing, then his observation and deduction skills had reached an astonishing level. But what if Lin Yi wasn't relying on guessing? This thought only flashed past his mind, but it quickly grew like weeds in spring. Shangguan Feisheng couldn't get rid of this thought no matter how hard he tried. Lin Yi pointed at Shangguan Liuyun and said, "What's your name? Spread out your words, don't shake them." Shangguan Liuyun immediately felt extremely humiliated. However, after being slapped by Lin Yi, didn't dare to disobey Lin. He could only glare at Lin Yi, then turn his head away and pretended to spread out his words unintentionally. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with Shangguan Liuyun's little tricks. He turned to Shangguan Feisheng and said, "This last sentence is not complete. If I'm not wrong, your Shangguan clan's mental cultivation method was lost here, right? Otherwise, you would have at least finished writing this sentence." Shangguan Feisheng was shocked again. What Lin Yi said was absolutely correct. The mental cultivation method of the Shangguan clan was incomplete from here. This was the Shangguan clan's secret, and only the direct descendants of the Shangguan clan would know about it. To be honest, at this moment, Shangguan Feisheng had begun to hope that Lin Yi was really the primordial spirit of the Shangguan clan. If Lin Yi could help the Shangguan clan perfect their mental cultivation method, it would be more valuable than anything else. By then, Shangguan Feisheng could even call Lin ancestor, let alone Grand Master. This sentence was only half written. It's not very impressive that you could see through it. Shangguan Feisheng calmed himself down and maintained a calm expression on his face. Fu Yun's Chi Thunder Strike consumes the Nangong clan's tool principle. Lin Yi didn't answer Shangguan Feisheng. Instead, he muttered something out of the blue. Xianijia was completely confused and didn't understand what Lin Yi was saying at all. However, Shangguan Feisheng's body shook violently. He stood up abruptly with a face full of disbelief. He then fell into deep thought. Shangguan Qingyun also felt a little dizzy. Others might not understand what Lin Yi was saying, but he was different. Shangguan Qingyun could be said to have memorized the Shangguan clan's mental cultivation method backwards. Even if he couldn't recite it, he still had the words that his father had just written for him. The last sentence only had 5 words: Fu Yun's Chi Thunder Falls. Could it be that the sentence that Lin Yi recited was the first sentence of the missing part of the mental cultivation method of the Shangguan clan? Thinking of this, Shangguan Qingyun immediately said to the disciple who was serving him, "There's nothing for you to do here. Bring little Six to heal his wounds. Without my order, no one is allowed to come here." "Yes, master." The disciple quickly went up to support little Six and walked out quickly. This matter was no longer something they could participate in. If they didn't leave immediately, they might be targeted in the future. Chapter 55:21. After Shangguan Qingyun and the others left, he let out a sigh of relief. He would have to rely on Shangguan Feishing to verify whether Lin Yi's recitation was true or not. Shangguan Qingyun didn't have the ability to do so, but no matter what, he had to keep everything that happened here a secret from now on. Why did Shangguan Feishing like to practice his family's mental cultivation method? Apart from it being a habit of the Shangguan family, the most important reason was that Shangguan Feishing wanted to deduce the missing mental cultivation method from the calligraphy. Only by doing so could the Shangguan family develop further. As for the other members of the Shangguan family, they were just following the Supreme Elder's footsteps and flattering him. They didn't understand the deeper meaning behind it. Unfortunately, the progress in this area had been stagnant for a long time. It wasn't that Shangguan Feishing didn't deduce some directions, but every time he delved deeper he would find all sorts of problems, and he would end up back at square one. However, what Lin Yi recited was different. Shangguan Feishing was very experienced in deducing, so he could confirm that the second half of Lin Yi's mental cultivation method was completely correct after a slight deduction. Shangguan Feishing had tried many times to deduce the second half of the mental cultivation method, but every single word of the Shangguan family's mental cultivation method had an extremely important meaning. Perhaps Shangguan Feishing had deduced one word correctly, but if there was a problem with the second word, then he would have to start all over again. So it's like this. It's simply too amazing. Shangguan Feishing's expression kept changing, and he kept muttering to himself. It was obvious that he was immersed in Lin Yi's mental cultivation method, unable to extricate himself from it. Not only that, Shangguan Feishing had even started circulating his energy to verify the authenticity of the mental cultivation method. Lin Yi didn't bother him. It didn't matter if he told them half of the mental cultivation method. After all, the Shangguan family's mental cultivation method was still missing at least a quarter of it. The fact that they were able to become one of the 4 great sects and families with only 3/4 of the mental cultivation method was enough to show how powerful this mental cultivation method was. It was no wonder that on Heaven Stage Island, Shanghai Tianhua was one of the few giants. His fame spread all over Heaven Stage Island and was definitely not limited to the North Island. Actually, Lin Yi didn't know that when the Shangguan clan became one of the 4 big clans, they already had 3 nascent soul realm cultivators. After so many years, they still had 3 nascent soul realm cultivators. As for the other 4 big clans, they would at least have 1 or 2 more nascent soul realm cultivators, especially the Qingkuan sect. It was because the Shangguan clan's core mental cultivation technique was missing a quarter of the most important part. If the Shangguan clan's cultivation technique was complete, they might have already dominated the entire underworld, and they wouldn't be the weakest among the 4 big clans. After a short while, Shangguan Feishing finally stopped. When he looked at Lin Yi again, his eyes were filled with passion. "Fellow Taoist Lin, where did you see this saying?" Although Shangguan Feishing didn't call Lin Yi martial uncle, there was an obvious change in his tone. At the very least, there was a hint of humility in his tone. Lin Yi curled his lips and thought to himself, "Would I tell you that I saw this on Heaven Stage Island? Would I tell you that it was the complete mental cultivation technique personally written by Shanghai Tianhua, and that it was picked out by his obedient granddaughter and given to me? Elder Shangguan, you don't need to know where I got this mnemonic chant. All you need to know is that this mnemonic chant isn't fake." Lin Yi chuckled and continued, "Could it be that Elder Shangguan thinks that this half of the mnemonic chant isn't enough, and you want the remaining quarter of the mental cultivation technique?" Upon hearing this, Shangguan Feisheng almost knelt down. He didn't know how much of his family's mental cultivation technique was missing, but he estimated that it was at least a tenth of it. He didn't expect Lin Yi to say that there was still a quarter of it missing. To be honest, Shangguan Feisheng really wanted to call Lin Yi his ancestor. As long as he could obtain the complete mental cultivation technique, the Shangguan family's nascent soul realm would experience a surge. By then, not only would they be the leader of the four great families, they would even have no problem dominating the ancient martial world. Of course, if Lin Yi had the complete mental cultivation technique, the Shangguan family wouldn't be able to avoid Lin Yi and his Emerald Cloud sect if they wanted to dominate the ancient martial world, no matter what. This was a rare opportunity for the Shangguan family. If they didn't seize it, they would be punished by the heavens. Shangguan Feisheng took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile that he thought was the most sincere. Fellow Taoist Lin, let's talk about the Emerald Cloud sect first. Speaking of which, the Emerald Cloud sect and our Shangguan family have always been of the same origin. So, this time, when the Emerald Cloud sect is in trouble, our Shangguan family will definitely lend a helping hand. Of course, the strength of our help will be different depending on the situation. If fellow Taoist Lin can help our Shangguan family with the complete mental cultivation technique, our Shangguan family will bear any trouble that the Emerald Cloud sect faces. What do you think? If not, I will send someone to announce that the Emerald Cloud sect's backer this year will still be our Shangguan family. Shangguan Feisheng really wanted the mental cultivation technique in Lin Yi's hands. However, as he spoke, he lost his previous humility and reverted back to his previous arrogance. Lin Yi's expression turned cold. He glanced at Shangguan Feisheng and said, "Are you mistaken? I've given you face by calling you Elder Shangguan, but don't think that you're someone important. Do you think I care about the Shangguan family's protection? Don't make it sound so funny, okay?" Shangguan Feisheng was stunned. What was going on? He had taken the initiative to express his goodwill. Shouldn't Lin Yi thank him? If the Shangguan family and the Emerald Cloud sect were to join forces, they wouldn't have to worry about the Chengkuan sect anymore. Especially since Lin Yi had the mental cultivation technique that the Shangguan family lacked. But what was Lin Yi's attitude? Was he looking down on the Shangguan family? To be honest, Lin Yi didn't really look up to the Shangguan family. With their cowardly attitude, where was the heroic spirit of Shanghai Tianhua? If word got out, it would be a disgrace to Shanghai Tianhua. I'll ask you one more time. In this archaic meeting, will the Shangguan family and the Emerald Cloud sect be friends or enemies? Lin Yi's face was cold as he continued with the previous topic. You've changed the topic before, but this time, I hope you can make it clear. If you want to be enemies with the Emerald Cloud sect, then I have nothing to worry about. I'll just step on both the Shangguan family and the Chengkuan sect, and then support another sect to replace you. It doesn't matter if it's the Rising Sky sect, the Leaf Spirit sect, or even the Thousand Blades sect.